Ay, madam.
Blowing that hand! Let's go! Ay, madam. Blowing that hand! Let's go! Ay, madam. Blowing that hand! Let's go! Ay, madam. Blowing that hand! Let's go!
Madam.
Blowing dead kahat! Let's go! Madam. Blowing dead kahat! Let's go!
Level check.
And here we are. Good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 Metro Walk to a Million final table. 1,000. Let me just check my numbers.
1,216
There you
entries. See it on the screen though. I didn't commit that.
Oh,
to
there you
memory.
go. Yes, and out of that number, we have the final 8, and we will be your casters this afternoon. My name is Chester Intia, once again partnered with Coach Ron Regis. Coach?
I like how you say casters. I'm old school. We didn't used to say casters. When you said caster, there was a couch. And you used to cast someone from that couch.
We don't want to go there.
No, we want to go there, but
not on live national
not live. That doesn't
stream.
happen
Okay.
live.
All right. Yeah. Let me just give them, Coach, the final 9 lineup. One of this protagonist will be crowned the 2025 Metro Walk to a Million champion at seat number 1 with 2,810,000. It's Junam Sik. Seat number 2 from Bicol with 5,090,000. Is he the chip leader? No, he's not. It's Joey Mesias. Seat number 3 is the chip leader with 6,560,000. Player from Ireland, Dino Sabatini. At seat number 4 with 3,050,000, we would just gonna call him, or just want to be known as Buds. Seat number 5 with 3,620,000 is Raf Bulaong. Seat number 6 with 1,480,000 is Jose Jojo Chung. Seat number 7, carrying the banner of the Metro Team Pro with 4,420,000 is William Ismael. Seat number 8, the pride of Cebu with 1,710,000, Rusty Ko. And rounding up the final 9, a regular tournament player here at the Metro with 1,190,000 is Mark Jaud.
Right, so Mark starting in seat 9 as the lowest stack here. See the average stack on your screen, 3.3 million. So he's sitting on less than 10 big blinds, just about 10 big blinds. We have the blinds at 60,000, 120,000. And as you always say, just the regular antes now that we are at the final table.
That's right, that's right. The current blinds right now is 60,000, 120, and from big blind, as a tradition here at the Metro Major Tournaments, we shifted to regular ante of 10,000. Raf Bulaong folded to him at the hijack. He's got King 9 suited. He raised it to 250. That's a little over 2x. Ooh! He's gonna run into the kings of William Ismael.
Couple of stacks that are above average, so they're playing deeper. So this will not play itself. Kind of not really a steal. Got some value with the King 9 suited, but definitely not a hand that can face a 3-bet that is certain to come here from Will Ismael, having pocket kings on the button.
600.
Will makes it 600,000. Playing this one straightforward. So the question is Raf gonna see this as a straightforward 3-bet, or is he gonna test the waters here because we're early in the final table? You know, Jester, some people like to be testy at the start of a final table just to like throw jabs out there.
Yes,
but some
yes.
people are on the other end, they are extra cautious. But extra cautious might not have opened with King 9. So let's see what Raf wants to do here.
5-fold.
Don't mind the fold at all. That's the current meta. If the action is unopened to you and you have a hand that is kind of good, you gotta open with it. But then, how often will you face a 3-bet? That is a story that you will have to put together as this final table action progresses.
You know, Coach, one thing is for sure. If in the early goings of the final table, you would really like to set the pace. You'd like to stamp your gameplay early on. Try to take captainship of the table. You wanna be the one dictating, and not just
these guys are combined from the last 2 tables remaining. So some of them might have been captains at their own table, and they're just trying to maintain that momentum here. So. But that's instant resistance that Raf ran into there. So we'll see if he keeps trying as we go along. See, he says he's from Ireland, but the name and the accent is very Italian.
I think he's Italian. His last name is Sabatini, so
Definitely
he's Italian by
Italian,
roots.
but he must
I
love
think.
to drink and move to Ireland.
Yeah, he does actually.
Well, then he's in the right country. This time it's Bads with a big hand and no action to him, so he can open here very wide. Makes it 250. Looks like Raf has set the standard for what the opening raise size is, and Bads is following that said standard so far. Opens for 250.
We're just delayed with the graphics. I don't see any cards in front of Rap here.
Yeah, we can do a bit of catch up here. We know Raf's already folded.
7-fold.
There you go.
8-fold.
Well, that's the easiest fold you can make. And let's see what the big blind has.
Junam Sik.
Will defend. This is going to be interesting. His suits are dominated.
Heads up.
Exactly.
One check.
This is gonna be a bet and a fold. Most probably.
Well, gotta fire that first one. The question is June going to float here out of position?
This is gonna be a bet and a fold. But
A little bit of color here. June wearing the Lakers hat and Dino wearing the Celtics hat.
Classic rivalry.
Well-
Coach, just to guide them with the chips that we are using right now, because I noticed there's a new chip that was introduced It's rare to see this rectangular shaped chips. Those rectangular shaped chips are at 500,000.
Yeah, they came in early just because there were so many entries and so many chips in play.
Yeah.
Usually we see that when it's down to 6 5-handed,
Right,
but
right,
now
right.
as early as 9-handed we see the 500k black.
And then the pinks are 50,000. The grays are 10,000.
And the yellows have no value. Well, they have value. They are time bank cards. Their value is 30 extra seconds to decide your fate.
Because shot clock is in effect, all players are given an initial 30 seconds to act.
It's a good thing poker still employs the amateur shot clock of 30 seconds. 24 would have been stressful.
270.
But there are tournaments that reduces the shot clock to just 20. I played
Wow,
in a
20.
couple.
Yeah. I've seen 10 seconds, 10, 10, 10 tourney. 10
Oh yeah,
seconds to
yeah.
act.
Understand.
That is hectic.
All right, here we go. Dino Sabatini under the gun. He opened just a little over 2x with ace 10 off. He's gonna probably get raised by Rap Bulaong here.
It's a nice hand to talk about ace 10 off. I always used to say ace 10 off, king queen off are my two biggest losing hands in my early cash game career, and I decided to play them very differently. And one of the different ways, one of the changes was that I started folding these things under the gun, but in this case it's a good hand. It's a tourney. Dino has to at least try something with it. Maybe he won't later, now that he experiences getting 3-bet under the gun, realizing ace 10 off cannot play
8 fold.
so well in this position.
10 fold.
Oh, this is gonna be it.
Oh, mama. But June is too seasoned to get into the mix with this. It's been raised and re-raised to him. And his stack isn't that short. If it were shorter, he might go for it.
Yes.
The worst thing he can do is think about flatting here and then getting 4-bet on the left.
Yes. I think has improved a lot. That he would know how to navigate with this, given the action
Yeah,
in front
June
of
is
him.
one of those guys we saw coming up all the way from back in the day when he was
Exactly.
barely knew what he was doing at the table, and now here he is.
Yeah, I kept saying in my, there you go. That's the
that's
experience.
a pro fold.
That's the experience that you see. I kept saying Junam 6 gameplay have tremendously improved in the last year. I
This
think.
is a sick feeling. This is why I stopped playing this hand under the gun. Because even if I get a flat call, it's still
What
tough
do
to
you do?
navigate.
Do you open with ace 10 UTG still now?
I used to open this under the gun. Lately in a full table, unless I'm chip leader or I'm riding some kind of momentum, early like this, I might choose to just sit back and watch first. But Dino is the chip leader, so
Yes.
that's one excuse to do it.
But you know the good thing with racing under the gun with ace 10 is that it's so easy to fold
It is.
facing a 3-bet.
Well, then so is opening with 5-6 of hearts.
Yeah,
But you know what? Sometimes no, because you think your 5 and 6 are
Because-
live,
'cause,
and
yeah, I was
you're
about to
up
say
against
that.
the Broadway.
Yeah, you're splitting the deck with the
Good
3
point. With ace
raise.
10, you can always imagine
Yes.
domination, and then
That's right.
you're out the gate.
All right. Well, okay. Let's just give shout outs to our early live stream. By the way, this final table is being streamed both in the official Facebook page of Metro Card Club and the official YouTube channel. Just search Metro Card Club in YouTube. The advantage of watching this from in YouTube is that you can actually rewind.
Yeah, you can scrub back. You
Yeah,
can drag
scrub
that
back.
slider back in case you miss something.
5 fold.
Now, Bads with under the gun race.
6 fold. 7 fold.
Suited ace. Bads right there on the average stack.
Mm,
Every time. What have we seen? 3 openers
That's right,
facing
yeah,
3
yes.
bets. It's Yeah, I mean, we can see why, but to these players sitting there, are they starting to think it's just meta games going on?
And because of this live stream, after 20 minutes, you'd see them standing up
All in.
and checking the stream.
That's an
What was that
advantage.
three bet?
Whoa, Alan.
That's
yeah,
how
why
tight.
not?
That's how tight.
But why
Alan
not
played.
though?
Mark.
He's only sitting on a million. There's really
Yes,
no
I
room
think
to
that's
three bet here. What's he gonna do? Make
I
it
agree.
500?
I agree. Yeah.
So that kind of plays itself. We call him Mark. The graphic says Alan. So what are we gonna go with?
There, it's gonna. I think the operators will change it in the short term.
Right. So this is Mark Allen. Well, once again, an opener faces a three bet. He will not be able to stand the pressure. We have seen one flop so far, and that was when the Junam Sik defended his blind against a race with a player holding ace king.
Yeah.
So once again, three bet and
Nobody
done.
wants to clash early on. Alright.
Reminds me of those old school Royal Rumbles at the WWE where everyone's just circling everyone.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to meet in the middle yet.
Okay. Shout out to Vic Peña and Joseph Sia. Both players are in Vegas right now, campaigning in the WSOP. Good luck.
You mean Vic Wembanyama?
Yeah. All right. Man Imperial is rating for June. Amsik and Mark Jaud. Let's see. Nino Arda is rating for Rusty Ko. Blish Rashte. Rapulaong, ace 9 off. Under the gun. Is not going to play that.
So that's the threshold. Ace 10 maybe. Ace 9
Yeah.
now.
I guess ace 9 suited.
I got
Pwede,
such a
di
beating
ba?
from my coach back in the day for racing ace 9 because it was suited.
What did he say?
said ace 6 to ace 9. You just gotta learn to say no because you can't make straights with those.
William is going to open with this hand.
Well, so far his only action has been a three bet very early on. Nobody has tabled any cards.
Again.
I mean,
Again,
Ace King right now is the town bicycle. Everyone gets to ride on it.
Again, a 3-bet most probably here. Fourth time it's going to happen.
See, if I was sitting at this table and I'm not seeing the hands, I'm feeling a very funky, ultra aggressive vibe on the table because everybody who's opened has gotten 3-bet and nobody has seen any cards yet.
Let's see the sizing of Rusty here.
Quite tricky. He might just be better off shoving this. He might 3-bet half his stack, but he's never folding. But he can induce a bluff from a weaker hand like Ace Queen by doing that. So these are considerations.
I think he heard you.
All in.
Yeah, there's really only two decisions, like half the stack or all of it.
Oh, and Mark folded tens yesterday.
Well, we just watched June fold it to an opener and a 3-bet. Let's see if
So Mark folded tens after just an open.
well, this should be easier. And we already saw June Amsik make the correct play with 10. Well, not necessarily the correct play. We of course can see the tens are ahead, but
Yeah.
from where they're sitting, it's very hard to imagine what could happen.
It's tough to play tens facing a 3-bet. Just like this spot of Alan Mark Jaud.
Exact same spot that June Amsik was in just not 2 or 3 hands ago. And for Alan, he's got to play for all his chips.
So
Is this the shot you want to take? Depends what he thinks of Rusty's range.
that too.
Does Rusty do this with 9s?
Oh, he's gonna slide it in. Which one?
Neither would be wrong, really.
Yeah.
Just because we can see what's happening. But when you don't see the hands, you have to
Yes.
consider the stronger hands.
Wow.
Joey got off easy.
This is a guy that this is the guy responsible for bringing everybody to the final table. He busted 2 players when it was down to 11, but he had a hard time making a decision with kings facing a 3-bet.
Wow, really? Pre-flop?
Yes, pre-flop.
That's not as hard as it looks.
But for
And,
him,
and
it is.
this one seems easy. I mean, what is Rusty shoving here that Ace Jack is better than?
Well, you have to remember, Joey is actually leaning to a casual tournament player. Doesn't really play that much tournaments. This guy is based in B-Call, I think.
Well, if you get entangled in this, you gotta hope the guy has tens below.
So his thought process is not really same. I think he will flat. There's a flat.
Okay, he's made a call. Will should be out the window
Yeah, easy,
as soon as the action
easy
goes back
exit for
to him,
Will.
and he gets to watch this domination as the short stack prepares to hopefully double up.
So Rusty Ko from Cebu puts his tournament life on the line. He dominates the hand of Joey Mesias, who called him. Joey a 3-outer against the Ace King of Rusty Ko, or he needs a couple of club suited cards
Yeah, a couple
to
of
show
clubs,
up.
just to sweat the guy.
Wag, Joey lang. Jay, Joey.
J for Joey, he says.
Clubs there. Ooh.
Not quite enough, but there's a chop in the works
Yeah,
here.
some chop outs.
Now he's got to chop outs with a 2. Not
Yeah.
the ace, because the kickers will come into play. It's got to be a 2
Now it's-
or a
there's
jack.
a 7
The
is
7 also creates chop.
comes into play also.
Be very disappointing to chop when you're trying to double up some Rusty.
Imagine if there was a second club on that flop.
Would have been a sweat
Yeah.
indeed. But that paired board was also pretty much what you could hope for in Joey's seat.
So you see dito, coach, yung thought process ni Joey Mesh is not really the same
Yeah,
as most
It
grinders
takes a
would
bit of
have.
refinement to recognize that that's dangerous. You're playing with fire,
Yes.
especially since it's not really short-handed. So guys are playing near the top of their range, meaning they're playing their best hands. Feeling out process, they might open light, but they're not shoving light.
That's right. That's one thing that he has to realize. And for Billy Dan Malonzo, shout out from the south side. Flo Campomanes, hey Flo. So I think his Flo is also nasa Vegas to. Good luck. William Ismael and Bliss Rashte. That's Rusty Ko. Jason Cruz. Magandang hapon. Railing for Junam Sik and Bads. Clive Priest from Cebu. Definitely is railing for Rusty. JR Bastille, railing for Rap Bulaong. Dave Ang, pa-shoutout daw si Tom Saludes, pabalik na daw siya. Shoutout sa Reniel Galvez, also in Vegas, railing for Rap Bulaong. John Smith for Rusty Ko. And there you go.
6 calls.
Oh, here's one of those hands I was talking about. But Will's a pro. He can play this
Yes,
100
definitely.
times better than I ever could.
Alam mo, coach, no? If you notice yung last hand, Mark folding pocket tens, he would have hit full house. There was a 10.
At the river. Not that he needed it. He would have won with the naked
Yes.
tens. But it's a just tough spot. May action pa sa
Oh,
kaliwa.
yeah.
You know, you don't know.
It's a fold. I think even if I'm in that
Hey,
spot,
how about
I'd
that fold of Ace Jack
tens.
suited to Will's opener?
And another thing to consider is that kakastart pa lang ng final table. You're on the minimum payout for the FT. You'd wanna ladder up at
Yeah,
least.
get some extra 10,000 in your insurance there.
So everybody's folding. I think this will go through.
You know, when you make that call, opener, someone shoves all in. Really, the thought process is, I want to bust a guy. You know, and not really about hand strength. It's about let's get this in there and see what happens. Because I could bust a guy. If it doesn't work out, I still have 3 million.
There's the current chip count. Dino Sabatini, our chip leader with 6 million. And at the bottom is Jose, Jojo Chung, and Alan Mark Jaud. Both players with 12 bigs.
Is the man who would have had a full house.
Jeffrey Carlos, shoutout sa Mrs. Kong. Si Monica Palmones, nanonood kami ngayon. Happy watching sa inyong mag-asawa. Homer Vargas, magandang hapon. Jesse Yu, Masipag nating floor to dito, floor manager natin dito sa Metro. Shoutout from Choice Market Basketball Court in Pasig. Aba, nagba-basketball ka pala.
Kahoy ba yan?
Oo.
You can point the ante. You call
At sa ating YouTube live chat, Coach, Deuce Charles railing for Dino, Val Libramonte. Free roll daw ang prutas ni Kuya Junamsik pag tumimbang. Lloyd Cruz railing for Joey Mesias. Pareho daw sila ng barbero. Hiruin mo, ha? These are the reasons why you'd root for someone or you'd rail for someone.
8
That's like saying I stayed in the same hotel as Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
At some point. Could have had the same bellhop.
Expect June to open with his hand. King Queen off, folded to him.
Well, we saw Will
Early
Ismael
pause.
do it from the +2. June's going to do it from the +3.
260.
And it's his first open. We'll see if he gets respect.
2 fold. Three fold.
Wow. I would have played Jack 8 in that spot.
You would flatted Jack 8
Yeah.
from the cutoff
Yes.
with action to the left.
I love playing those suited gappers. Wrap in the small blind. Connectors. Not interested. Final hurdle. Jojo Chung.
One guy to get through, and the pot will go to Junam Sik.
Another uncontested pot. Taken down.
Hey, aside from the shoutouts, we'd appreciate some feedback regarding, our audio, the broadcast quality,
Yes.
stuff that we can't always monitor. You can help us keep everything tip top.
All right. Khaled Abdallah. Happy watching. John Smith saying Rusty Ko is his idol. Emil Lim is railing for William Ismael. Thank you for the stars, John Smith. He sent 35 stars. Thank you, sir. Incidentally, it's worth mentioning, Coach Ron, etong final 9 players natin, they are all assured to get a main event seat worth 55,000 to the upcoming biggest homegrown poker tournament that's gonna happen in
I was
August.
talking to some people out in the floor. It's
Yeah.
not talked about enough how major that event
Yeah,
is.
it's a 1 million USD guaranteed or 50 million pesos guaranteed. That's the Philippine Poker Millions.
Look, it's the biggest non-branded tourney,
Yes.
biggest local tourney that's ever been staged to my memory.
And it's a collaborative effort of a lot, no, not really all, but a lot of poker rooms in the country. Look at this. Rustico open with ace queen off under the gun. And Dino Sabatini looking at rockets. Sabi nga ni Noel Zarate, American Airlines.
I think that's Bob Guerrero who would say American
But
Airlines.
he does too.
Noel is a bit more updated.
Talaga ba?
600.
So let's see if they got a scouting report on Dino and can determine if he's ever 3-betting light here. Problem with Rusty here is he might think he's blocking the ace.
Parang ang laki ng 3-bet ni Dino.
5 fold.
Well, it's almost 3x.
Yeah.
So I don't mind it. Anything within the 2.5 range. 2.5 would have been 600. So he's right there.
Or maybe nire-reverse lang yan. But yeah, I guess.
For me, when I size this here, I would be looking at a Rusty stack
this-
3.2, and I want to 3-bet at least a quarter of that or 1/5 of that.
Alam mo kung-
1/6 at the best.
Alam mo, Coach Ron, being familiar with the gameplay of Jojo Chung o Set Chung, kung wala yung 3-bet ni Dino, this is a sure 3-bet jump for
He would have jammed. He
Yeah,
would have
he
jammed
would
in the
have
small
3-bet jammed
blinders.
Case in point, he's thinking about it still now. He's short stack with 1.2
It's different
million.
now with that giant stack. 1-on-1. Yeah, you think about taking a stand with this. I think Rusty would have taken time, but eventually called had it just been against Joe. Do you want to play a 3-bet pot out of position?
Yes.
Flatting can be a real headache.
That's the dilemma I think that Rustico is in right now.
You know what I used to think when I'm tempted to flat ace queen in a spot like this? That's like when you're at a stoplight next to a cop car and you start revving your accelerator while looking at him. Like you're asking for trouble.
8 fold.
Discipline fold
Very nice fold.
for the player from Cebu. Wow.
And if he sees this, he would love, you love to disappoint when a guy has aces and you fold. It's almost like a win.
That goes to show the quality of play the gameplay of the players right now in the final table. Like, well, most of them.
Yeah, 2004, we're jamming that.
Yeah, definitely. Aldo Alvarez, shout out to all Bicolano poker players. Obviously railing for Joey Mesias. Richard Nakila, i-PM mo na lang kay coach yan. Hindi ko na muna babasahin kasi it's a
10
different,
Yeah, wholly different topic.
entirely different topic.
It's a bit related to the PH Poker Millions because those are metro seats.
Oh, okay. Then
Yes.
then
They're-
he is asking
it's
kailan maglalaban yung
Yeah.
top 18.
He is qualified via an MTT online leaderboard to play for one of two seats.
2 seats bale yung papamigay
Yeah, there's
next
two
poker.
seats, the top 18 of that leaderboard for June, so he grinded that out.
Is it the
Uh,
full ticket or the half ticket?
It's the full. It's a full 55.
Oh, wow.
Gonna play here in Metro Day 1A.
Why did I learn that? Gee, I would have grinded that.
Well, just be glad Richard Nakala asked the question. Now you know that
Matagal pa ba? Kaya pang mabol?
July you can do the July MTT leaderboard. All you gotta do is play these little daily tourneys.
Yeah.
It's based on points. Anyway, answer to his question is I believe Friday. But for details, PM me. But I'll say
Yeah.
Friday.
All right, Rap Bulaong facing a raise of 270,000 from Dino Sabatini. He's gonna 3-bet to
750.
750 according to our dealer.
6 fold, 7 fold.
Everybody's falling back to Dino. It's gonna be an easy fold for Dino. I don't think he's gonna engage with this hand out of position.
It's just he might as well 3-bet, but it's already been 3-bet. So
Yes.
it's just one of those spots. This final table is 3-bet heavy. We've only seen one call and one flop so far. The other flop we saw was because they were all in pre-flop.
3 fold.
There's the fold.
It's a tough nut to crack this final table.
Yes. Mamaya pa ito magkakasakitan. Presi Lacson, railing for Buds. Khaled Abdallah, I'm coming to play. I will win this game. Alright. That's the spirit. PJ Lago, magkano sir buy-in nung sa August na nabanggit nyo? Yung nabanggit po namin, yung po ang pinakamalaking inorganize na homegrown homegrown
Local event.
na tournament, 50 million guaranteed. Dalawa ang ticket doon. Isang priced at 27,500. Yung isa naman priced at 55,000. Anong pinagkaiba? Yung 27,500 mas maliit ang starting stack at mas masikip makapasok. Only 7%
Right.
of the field.
Half the stack and half the chance to get into day 2. That's what you
right.
get for half the price.
The 55,000 on the other hand, you'll get a 40,000 starting stack and 14% of the field ang kukunin to qualify.
That is your
So
standard
that's the
ticket. But did you know
that.
you could get that seat for as low as 300 or even 30.
Yun.
30 bucks.
30 bucks? Really?
Yes, that's the other way to get the seat online. You can get a Metro seat for 30 bucks. You play a step 1, play a step 2 for 300,
Yes.
or diretso ka na sa step 2
Ayun.
for 330. You win that, you get a 55k seat.
If you want to find out how to get a main event ticket by just paying 30 pesos, 30 bucks.
Gotta earn it though, but it's gotta have that
PM
money
the guy
maker.
beside me.
Gonna have that money maker effect.
Yeah.
That we love those stories. So We're always rooting for those 30 peso qualifiers.
Ace 10 off for Buds. Early pause and again, Rap
A little on
Bulaong.
the large side. Do you think it's response to a lot of 3-bet going on? He went from 250 earlier, now it's go. Let's make it 300. Let's see if they can 3-bet this. And looks like he will get 3-bet anyway.
That's
800.
800.
And now Bad's thinking I should have stuck to 250. I would have saved 50,000.
Yeah.
Pag hindi ako
6 fold.
So once again, Jester, we're gonna see open 3-bet fold next hand, please.
Yes.
And there's always a tough fold in the mix.
That's right.
It's been a.
I remember yesterday in the featured table, 2 hands, you have 5 players all with pockets. And the action was an open and a 3-bet. So it's folded back to Buds. Let's see.
Wow, very interesting. I mean, I would have done that if I were ref. You saw him recheck his hand. That's always a sign of strength.
Yeah,
Nobody bluffing rechecks his hand.
right. You want to make sure.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes you just don't just sit there and let the action unfold.
All right, from our YouTube live chat, Brian Romero. Uy, Brian Romero. May binding kami nito. He sponsored one of my main event bullets. I'm sorry, buddy, to let you down. Babawi tayo.
Don't
but
worry, he'll
he's,
sponsor you $30, I'm sure.
he's saying poker is like business, a game of uncertainty. It involves risk and ambiguity. You just have to shuffle them up to your favor and deal with it. He is quoting the quote of Jun Amsik.
Let me add to that. You can quote me on this because this is how I used to say it. It's a game of small investments, and you make one every 2 minutes.
That's
Or
right.
you pass.
Or you pass.
But you're constantly assessing these opportunities, and if you invest in more than 20% of them, you could be in for a roller coaster ride. Not seeing any cards right now, which is poker coverage of the 90s.
I actually am tempted
5 fold.
to do commentary sans the whole card.
Well, we're here right now, so
Yeah,
let's go.
It doesn't affect. Sometimes my comments would get affected, although I think unconsciously it happens to me that I see the hand, so I'm analyzing the hand because I have the benefit of seeing
Yeah,
what
you
they
do.
have, and it muddles the thought process for the commentary.
But it's exciting both ways. But it's had the most success when viewers could see the hands, because then these are where the new players come from. Veterans might be able to watch a game without seeing
Yes,
cards. It's
actually,
fun
yes.
for the veterans; they know what's going on. But
Yes,
if you
but-
want to attract new players, they have to know what's going on.
I think we were talking about this earlier. This is actually responsible for a lot of rec players or new players improving their games tremendously.
Or
by
put it
watching
this way:
match.
like if we didn't put this on TV in 2004, this game would not be here today.
Yeah.
So we're so happy to be able to broadcast as much as we can.
All right, Vince Nachor. Good luck sa FT players. The composition is regionally represented. You have players from Bicol, Mindanao, Cebu, NCR, but I'm rooting for my fellow Uragon, Joey Anthony Mesias Jr. Jason Cruz, kailan yung 27.5? Yung 27.5, there are a lot of legs that will have 27.5 buy-ins. Remember, this is a collaboration among a lot of live poker rooms. You have the North leg from Pampanga, Wild Aces. You have the Manila leg. You have Prime and Masters Poker.
Well, Masters is not running one; they're feeding Prime Poker. But
No, they're gonna
also
have,
running their own. They're running their own leg now.
Yeah, the latest is
Well,
they're gonna run their own
90
leg.
is also running a leg.
Yeah, 9D actually, the
107.
leg from 9D is recently transferred to Masters.
Oh, that's what happened, right?
Yeah. So marami. There's a lot of Jason Cruz, I suggest you follow the official Facebook page of Philippine Poker Millions Just search for the name as we see Bad's not getting action.
Come on, let's see
So
a flop
far?
with 6-7 spades.
Not with
not
Mark.
not with that stack either.
This might be a. Oh no.
If he had been in the big blind, he might have defended, but
I agree.
not from the small blind.
agree.
So looks like another disappointing round for the player with aces, unless Joey decides to lose his mind. He's gonna hold on to his marbles.
Chris Clemente, where to play online for qualifiers? PM the guy next to me.
Yeah, 2 places you can play.
But we can mention.
GGpoker.ph.
Yeah, GG
They
Poker.
actually have a online day one, which is awesome if you're from Mindanao, the South Cebu.
Oh yes,
Play the online day one. Dude, you're gonna fly, you're already ITM.
that's right.
That's
So
about the
GG
best deal
Poker.
you can get if you qualify after an online day one.
So GG Poker, and then you have the qualifiers that you can get by playing in X Poker, and then Bet88 is also running satellites.
Yeah, everyone's pooling together to
Yes.
populate this tourney because it's really a milestone, and people don't talk about it enough. We're hoping they look at it this year, it's a big success, and next year we're really gonna build something big from it.
Khaled Abdallah, how much to enter this challenge? This particular tournament, 5 million guaranteed. The buy-in was 5,500 pesos. This is hand number 14, blinds 60,120, regular ante of 10,000. And if you have just started watching this live stream, this is the final table of the 5 million guaranteed
And
Metro
we
Walk to a
flopped
Million.
exactly once in 14 hands.
In 14 hands.
I'd
Yes.
say of the 14, 12. No, all of them have been raised. There had been no free looks. Every hand had been raised.
We have yet to see a second flop.
Not counting the pre-flop all-in where
Yes.
Rusty doubled up.
All right, another raise from William Ismail, Jack 8 suited. Wow. Oh,
Yeah,
because
pocket
it's early.
sevens. Yeah,
Si
did-
Rusty
did
pulled
not want to get
sevens,
squeezed there.
yes. Yeah, kaya pala. Akala ko nasa...
3 betting might have been overplay. Flatting would have got to trouble. Joey.
Honestly, that is something I have yet to learn. I always play those pairs to...
I thought you
Mine.
were already folding 6s below lately.
Yeah. I mean, sevens is the
It's
threshold.
sevens. That's your threshold. That's
Yeah.
when it gets messy. Once it's sevens.
But I went up against my that rule recently and paid dearly for it.
There we go. Chip leader from Ireland.
You probably noticed that William have been racing a lot,
There you go.
and he's gonna make a play for it.
Very nicely timed, especially given the dynamic. It's been open 3-bet win, open
Yes.
3-bet win. So he's going to stay with that. Nobody has really stood up to the 3-bet, especially the deeper stacks. And I'm sure there's a bit of a dynamic there. The last person Will Ismail wants to tangle with is the one person that can bust him.
That's right. That's a 3-bet to 1.12. I
There.
don't think William's gonna. Yes.
It would be godly if William moves over this because we can see it would have worked, but yeah, you cannot make that read sitting there and not knowing what's going on.
Current chip count. Player from Ireland still in the lead. In the midfield is Rap, William, Joey. Clustered there. Echo Vinosa is raiding for Junam Sik. Big shout out to Team Tacloban, Marts Astorga. What time is your flight, my friend? Congratulations on your deep run, Marts Astorga of Team Tacloban. Kilala mo ba kung sino yung Team Tacloban?
I only know Ryan.
Ryan Tan, you have Dex, the brothers Dex and Wingard Brillo.
Who I thought were from Ormoc.
And you have Marts Astorga. You have even at one point Edward Peña Florida and our friend our friend
Benjo, what about Benjo?
Ramil Tandok.
How is he Team Tacloban? The guy's from Baguio.
The guy is hailed from Baguio, but for a long time he was based there
At
in
this point,
Tacloban.
that friend of ours says hey, he's lived in Davao, he's lived in Cebu, he's lived wherever the
Yeah,
games are
wherever the
good,
game is,
and
that's right.
that's what the true rounders do.
Rounder, really, yes. Presley Lacson raiding for Junam Sik and Bads. John Smith still egging Rusty Ko.
First one,
Jude Yaranon shoutout watching from Qatar. Ace 9 off. Raf Bulaong under the gun. Will he open?
We have seen that this is the threshold of when these are the bad aces. Ace
Yeah.
6 to ace 9.
gold, 6, 6, gold, 6, 7,
I'm really enjoying this no flop poker. One flop so far.
Pocket 6 for Junam Sik. This is happening here at the Metro Card Club, home of Philippine Poker Champions.
Read Jester Inch's book. This is a fold.
No, but
And now
fold
you,
it to
you,
from
you said
late
it's a
pause.
fold from early position.
from
but
early
from the
pause.
cutoff.
350,
Wow. The blinds are up. That's why it's 350.
gold, C2,
Would have been illegal to raise 250. Now that the blinds have raised.
gold, C3,
And again, down to the big blind. Jack 6 off. I don't think Bud's gonna defend with this or not if he. There you go. Another uncontested pot. A lot of live stream viewers are
please.
Jonah, Jaylord Parea, shoutout Tropang Teknolohiya of Boss Poker. Val Ariola, shoutout Junam Sik, naka-out sa amin kagabi. Jack's cards niya, Ace King ako. Yes, napanood nga namin. Eko Venosa, kaya siguro lagi ako out. Shove na ako dun sa pocket sevens. Ang daki na ng itinalon ng poker. RJ Ibanez, shoutout po watching from Israel. Brian Desabel, shoutout watching from Sultan Kudarat.
From
Alvir, the
Nice.
innocent Innocentes, is railing for William Ismael. Peter Perez railing for Rustico. Jano Alvarez from our YouTube live chat. Magandang gabi sa'yo, idol. Rooting for June para magmura ang prutas. One time. Yan kasi ang business ni June Namsi. He's the resident.
Anong prutas? May kaibigan
Lahat.
tayo dyan sa labas. Kailangan ng maraming saging.
Talaga ba?
Oo.
June Amsik is the go-to guy.
Shoutout kay Alvir. Good luck to your Lakers in the off-season.
What's happening with the Lakers?
Not much.
Weren't they just involved in a trade
S-
off-season? Ah, hindi.
No, they're thinking about trading Austin Reeves, but
Oh yeah, there. Austin Reeves, di ba?
it hasn't happened though.
Oh, okay. I like that guy.
All right, under the gun.
Eto na naman tayo with the ace 10 off.
He doesn't have too many time banks. It's gotta be the whole thing. Maybe half of it.
Oh, wow.
Never intending to fold.
How much did he raise?
No, looks like a standard open. But can he
Right.
afford this? I mean, I like
That's the
shoving.
thing,
I
that's the
prefer
thing.
shoving this.
Yes.
Because what happens if you get 3-bet? You're gonna call anyway.
Not sure if he's thinking of still folding when...
Yeah, he's never folding. That is half his stack. So he's pretty much declared all in. But
Mas malakas pa yung open jam eh, no?
yeah, no.
Well-
Open jam would have seemed weaker.
Yeah.
I guess he's
Yeah, kasi
portraying.
ito
He's
open with
portraying
short
like
stack.
something like
Yes,
kings.
yes.
He's making it look like
I
that.
agree.
gold, C4,
So
Oo,
this is disguising
mas
the
malakas itong
vulnerability.
dating nito.
He's saying
Teka.
you can't 3-bet me. Open jam would have been can get calls from ace jack. Ace
Rob
queen.
Bulaong has enough stack to put him to get him to go all in.
Now this is where this move comes into play because raising half your stack seems so much stronger. It's like
Yes.
I'm begging you to call or shove over me and saying I'm never folding. I don't know. I don't mess with this because I'm in a good spot. If I had 4.5 million,
Yeah, it's
not gonna lose a
not really
million.
an easy call for Raf, even though he's sitting at
And
4.5.
certainly calling is no longer the option. I mean,
Oo.
you're not gonna call miss and
Walang
then give
flat
up.
to, yes.
So,
Yun na.
yep,
So he
he's done it.
decided,
Yeah, it's really shove or fold there, and
go for it.
Joe should never folding here.
1.2 million. 1.2.
Hoping, well, maybe a small pocket pair does this, and I'm not in bad shape. You gotta win some flips to win the big one. Don't spend a time bank on this. This should be what you ask for.
No,
Why?
see, yun ang,
Why?
I was
Why?
about to say that, knowing, being familiar with the way Jojo Chung, navigates this, kung
Wow.
decidido siyang to go all in, he would have open jammed eh.
Wow. So this is quite a different look. And this is where, like, if he folds this, I would suggest he review this hand and try to
Kaya
put a
nga eh.
refinement. Next time, maybe just open for 380.
Wow. No,
'Cause
you're not
if you fold this,
thinking
you're
of-
left with less than half what you started
And
with.
you're big blind in the next hand.
This is the definition of committed. He committed himself, but now he's trying to find a way out, and he's spending valuable time banks for something that I thought he already decided. Wow. What did you expect? That nobody was gonna 3-bet? I mean, there's been a 3-bet in 90% of
And he's
cases.
folding. Oh my God.
Wow. My
See, yan yung
goodness.
sinasabi ko.
That
Medyo
is-
familiar talaga ako sa laro niya eh. Kung all in yun, kaya, nag-iwan pa talaga siya.
That
Pero
is
he should have
surprising.
realized big blind na siya in the next hand. And then you're probably gonna be forced to...
Yeah, so now he's sitting on 4 big blinds, less. Sitting on about little 3.5 big blinds. He's paying a big blind now. Thank God it's not BB ante. Gotta take a flip with that
Wow.
hand. He's blocking the ace, so it's not likely he was up
That's
against
right.
ace king. It can happen, but it's not likely. More likely, he's up against a pair, and as long as he has at least one
Right.
overcard to that.
I treated you as an all-in, so that's why I'm
And then
surprised
this guy.
you find a
Yeah, even the table is surprised, I think.
Oh, now they're lying about each other's hand now. Well,
I treated it as an all-in.
they're both saying they had a king. Only one of them had a king.
Laki yung
I denied you some...
6-4.
Wow, that was stolen from right under him.
6-8.
I'm not saying he would have survived. I mean, easily the board could have ran with a king or queen, but
That's
you
right,
gotta
that's right.
take your shots and just be fighting the battles on your terms.
Gold seat 1.
I wouldn't say it's an error. It's just surprising the way he chose to play that. Could have been open for.
I think that plan, or if I may, this is just my opinion. Parang if you're racing with that under the gun with the plans of folding to a 3-bet, I think that's
With a stack that short,
yeah,
and maybe you'll never see a hand that good for the rest of the orbit.
exactly.
That was easy money. Well, Dino's gonna try ace-10 from the cutoff, and this is what happens. Now you're gonna get
Yeah.
raggedy hands, and then you're gonna be out of the tourney, and you're gonna cry about being card dead. But you know what? You weren't card dead.
Blind split.
So
That's
let's
true.
hope
That's
that,
true.
that
That's
Joe
down
picks
to
up a hand and gets some
2.6 big.
redemption.
Yeah, Presley Cheong railing for Rusty. Dennis PHQA watching from Doha, Qatar. Joseph Garcia is commenting sa usap natin about the Lakers.
The Lakers signed
They signed up
DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, from Portland.
Good luck.
Gorgonio Magalpok is railing for Rusty ko. Shout out
Ano?
kay Peter Ang. Sabi ni Ronan Silas, tirang
yeah.
ayaw manalo.
I don't blame you for
Yeah.
that comment. That is surprising. It's like he had a plan, and then
Yeah.
he picked up one of those, like, I think I have a read. I'm going to change my mind, and it's going to be a really heroic fold, but sometimes it's not.
Right.
Sometimes you just go with what you set out to do, just go do it, and
Yes.
take your shot.
YouTube live chat, hit the heat. Waiting for Will. Back-to-back final table si Will Ismail nga pala. The last two major tournaments of Metro. So, running good.
Well, we're not surprised. That's
Of
Will
course.
Ismail.
Joey meshes now. Pocket 6. Late pause. Mid-late position.
All right, this could be interesting. Dino, the chip leader. We've seen him 3-bet from the big blind. This could be a nice 3-betting spot. If you've been paying attention, every 3-bet has gotten respect at this final table. Look at him picking it up. I really like 3-betting here, given how everything has played out so far. And he's the chip leader and probably the least known player at this table.
So Dino just re-raised. Joey meshes here. He raised 480.
Love this move.
Ball seat 4. Ball seat 5.
It's just gonna work. I didn't with a stack
Yeah.
3.2. Can't really
Unless
flip with it.
Will wakes up. Ooh, look at that.
Almost.
Of course. Back to Joey. Pocket 6, not looking too strong right now, given that 3-bet from Dino Sabatini. But is reaching for chips.
Just posturing a little bit. But ultimately, flatting out of position with this. What are you gonna do
Ooh.
when you see 3 overcards? Because Dina's gonna continue for at least
Yes.
a quarter of the pot. It's a 3-bet pot. You check to him. Well,
First up.
Jack 7 deuce. Dina's got a
Never lose
piece of it,
flop.
which means he can continue when checked to. Oh, here comes the donk bet. And on principle, I always raise this because it always means exactly what you see.
Of course.
It's either a blocker to a draw, but on something this dry, it's
Wow.
a mid pair.
Dino just flatting that.
3.
It's a really good read because the only thing that would donk this is something with a jack or a 7 or a smaller pair. But a jack would check call. So this flop donk bet, for it to work, Joey's got to fire all the barrels. Got to empty the clip. If he checks here, Dino knows he's good, and he can control getting to the showdown.
Joey meshes.
Yeah, I'm only a fan of the flop donk bet when it's my opponent doing it, because
Yes.
it's so relatively easy to play against. The only time it's ever strong is if someone does it with a set, but even players with sets rarely do it.
Check C2.
And there you go. Dino can take control here with a small bet,
Check C3.
or check here to call almost any river bet.
First up C2.
Be very weird for Joey to suddenly come out firing here unless he has something like 10-8.
Yes.
Because all the top pair hands are going to check and call and get the showdown. So if he fires here, it's very bluffy.
I agree.
You're gonna get snapped.
And he's I think he's planning to do.
It's gotta be a
exactly-
million, or you're gonna get snapped.
Back.
Dino can afford it. Snap.
There's the snap.
Call. C3. Show cards, please.
Dino read it like a book. That is not grabby, sir. That is a guy who knows what he's doing. And your line, unfortunately, was quite face up.
Right. That's the
The only bet that would have worked would have been Parish.
a little bit of the inexperience showing up in
Your name
Joey
has to be
Mesh's
Bimbi Rosette to shove that in the river.
thought process.
That guy could have gotten away with it. Dino Sabatini. Can I call him Pub Pasta? It's Italian in Ireland.
Oh, really?
That's basically pasta in a pub. Looking at his rap sheet, he's
What's his stats?
pretty decent on the all-time money list. Best live cash, a $17,000 win in one sitting. What is that? This would be his biggest live cash if he takes this down, as
Yeah.
it would be around $20,000.
Brian Romero reacting to the previous hand of Jojo Chung says, "Wow, don't fire your gun with a blank bullet." And in our live Facebook chat, let's go back a little bit. There you go. Shout out DK Laya, Chaong, Yer Paras Meto, shout out 9 High Sports Bar, Kerwin
Hey!
Mempin, yeah, 9 High. Oh, open pa pala? Ano pa?
Sports bar.
Ah, well, okay. Kerwin Mempin, shout out watching from Netherlands. John Smith, thank you again, sending us 200 stars. Rusty, my idol since birth. Carlos Cortez, ICM wise, it's a bad call pre-flop.
Yeah, the
Which-
pocket six.
Yeah, the 6. Yeah, okay.
I mean, he's such a good position, above average stack. Why would he do that? And now he had to fire, and get snapped off.
But I don't think Joey is in that level of thinking. ICM.
Yeah, it's still a bit.
We're just talking about Bimbi Rosette is railing for Rustico. Okay, let's go back. This is the 19th. We see Rap Bulaong
You see,
opening.
even if Bimbi is just on the rail, I'm still railing for him. All right, an open, as he said. King Jack of clubs open from the cut off. Success. Look at Dino. That was free money, about 2 million.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked impressive calling with a 7 in that pot, but fundamentally sound.
Yes.
It's just
Like you said, parang tawag dyan ng mga sa Tagalog, nakabulatlat na yung libro.
yeah.
Ni,
It started with a
ni
flop
Joey
dump bet.
Meshas.
Checking and
Those
calling
action
would
na
have
yun.
been more terrifying
Yes.
against for in
That's
Dino's
right,
position,
yeah.
because that would have been something a Jack would
Jack
do.
would do, that's right.
But it's hard to control. Like you check and call, turn goes check check, river you go to showdown and lose anyway. So the only thing
Better
Joey could
line
do.
would be check calls a flop and then check raise the turn. Baka pa.
It was without really a humongous bluff. There was really no way Joey is getting out of that with a win. All he could do was manage the pot, try to get the showdown with the sixes, and
Yes.
lose the minimum. But it's already a 3-bet pot, so what minimum are we talking about? Which brings us to the point, maybe you should have never been in there, as
Yeah.
Nemesis, our friend Nemesis said.
Chunam Sick opens under the gun. My least liked hands
It's
to
so
open
pretty.
with. In fact, I almost, 100%. I fold this hand.
I think Joey's
In
seat
that
has
spot.
gotten a little hot here. We can't see what he has, but flatting early.
Yeah.
That better be aces, or else it's steam. And why are you flatting with 1.2 million? Inviting to get caught in a sandwich, which Raf can certainly think about.
Yes.
Can make a chip sandwich here. If he doesn't do it, there's 3 other people who have opportunity to do it. All the way to the guy in the big blind. It's an early
Oh,
raise.
exactly. This. Hindi. Short stack na pala si Jojo. Well,
Why not? You
Yeah.
know, this doesn't really create a sandwich.
He got the hand he was
just
waiting
added
for.
some cheese to the sandwich.
and this is what
And
we're
now
talking about.
we are driving
That's
through
gonna get
Wendy's.
isolated.
We're gonna order ourselves a bacon mushroom melt here. I think he will successfully. He can shove here, isolate. Just gotta read if June looks like he's getting ready to fold. Joey's certainly not a concern here for Will. He'll take him on with a 1.2 million. So that's the move. Successfully gonna isolate Joe for sure, but I don't know what
Mark
Joey's sitting on.
Jaud. Back to June.
Fold 10.
Easy fold for June, but he hasn't made it yet. Come on, man, you gotta call an all-in and a reshove.
Ano na po? Ito pa, di ba?
Ito si June, ano na lang to. Ika nga eh, TV time na lang to bago tumapon.
TV time. I mean, even if you have jacks in June's spot, you're probably
Yeah,
folding.
yes.
And Joey, I think Joey was just trying to get lucky here.
Mm.
Like I said, either he has aces or he was just trying to get some money back quick. He jumped into that
I'm really
pot.
curious what he flatted in that spot.
Oh, you mean Joey?
Yeah.
In this one?
Yeah.
No, I just think he's trying to speculate and try to get money. It happens, you know, you lose a big
After,
hand.
yeah, blue.
You know, you probably misplayed it. He probably thinks he was one bold river shove away from taking that pot. So your next instinct is really to play any two cards and
Fold 6.
Another, okay.
Ay, sorry.
so Will already makes money from the side pot.
Alright.
20.
So Jojo Chung.
It's a beautiful spot for Will, not because he's ahead, but because he's already made some money from the
Yeah.
side pot, and he's just free rolling his way trying to bust a guy in the process. And he's got 2 overs to the jacks, so he's not in bad shape, except one queen has been folded.
A shove and a call. Jojo Chung, tournament life on the line here. That's a good flop for him, 9-high.
Running diamonds.
Kaya lang,
maybe.
3 outs na lang palang natitira for William.
Yeah, we see the aces and queens that have been folded. Diamond will make it interesting. But it's not interesting. It is the 3-outer for Will. But as we said, he already made his money
Yes.
from the side pot. So it's a nice quadruple up
yeah,
for Joe, courtesy of the dead money from June and Joey.
that's right. New lease
Lights,
of life for Mr. Chung.
blinds and after.
That puts him above 2 players, Joey Meshes and Mark Chow.
Just like that.
Oh.
Yeah, may another chance kayo.
Jordan Gilbert. Shout out Iring Buwan, Cebu. Gorgonio Magalpok. Shout out Junel.
We just heard Rap telling Joe that he has another chance to make up for that. What he probably feels is a blunder when he bet half his stack and folded. So now he's back to where he started.
Sabi ni Echo Benosa, good fold yung ace-10, dumami bigla. Kasi no-brainer na yung jam niya at define na yung range niya.
Well, he's back where he started at 1.2-ish.
Pocket force,
Fold C2.
Joey Meshes. That's a good fold. Under the gun.
If I were coaching Joey, I'd tell him to stand up, get a drink, and maybe do a couple laps around the table, calm down,
Yeah.
and go back and play present tense. Dino, you know, he's in why not mode. He's a chip leader.
Did Joey raise? Bakit
No,
to-
Joey did not raise. He doesn't have a hand.
Kaya nga.
360.
I think.
Dino
tama
had
din.
raised to 360. He had 3-bet who? He 3-bet nobody. He opened to 360. Cannot
Yeah.
3-bet for 360. The blinds are 160. So that's an open for Dino.
That's right.
It's just
This-
a raise.
It's probably a,
That's a call.
that's a call.
It's a call from Raf. And we'll see if somebody wants to put in a squeeze. Yeah, if you're short stack, you think about the squeeze. You got the ace in hand. Just don't bet half your stack, sir.
Fold tables. I think it's 6.
We'll see. We're going to see a pro fold here. Or is Will going to read the players on his left to see if it's safe to flat along? Maybe it's a protected pot. And he's going to speculate here. Couple of set mining hands. Little do they know, they're all set mining. And Rusty Ko
Here is the squeeze
gonna,
coming in 3.
yeah, this time going to Army Navy and
2.
ordering a bully boy.
3, 2. A lot of our Cebu poker players railing
Come on, it's
For
an open from the
Bliss
chip leader, which is very
Raste.
wide. Couple of flat calls, which is usually small pocket pairs, which makes this not an easy,
Sitting
but
at
definitely shove or
2.6.
fold.
Yeah, jam it.
2.6, just about the right size. You got already a million in dead money plus the blinds and antes.
That's right.
1.86. Win it all right now
Oh,
without
wow.
confrontation.
Did it go flat?
Wow, now this one,
Oh, wow.
this one we're gonna hear about in the comments section.
Wow.
And let's not be results oriented. Maybe a 2 would come on the flop and he's gonna look like a genius when he folds, but I don't know.
Wow.
And now Junam Sik is
Easy
getting
1 million.
Look at
gone.
this discount. 11 to 1 odds to
Yeah.
speculate with 10-9 of spades. And he can close the betting. June Amsik, this is an easy call. And he might spike something that
Easy 1 million for Bliss
my
Raste.
God, look at this 2.42 million in the
Would
pot.
have been an easy 1 million for
Hey,
him.
if Rusty sees all undercards, he's shoving 2.2. But we prefer he did it pre-flop. But let's see, roll the flop, trouble, and everyone's gonna slow down.
Yeah.
This might go to Dino because Dino's the raiser here. He can't continue here. Figures, is anyone with a ace ever flatting pre-flop? If the answer is no, then I have the ace.
Yes. He's gonna do it.
He's gonna do it. Raph with an ace, is he flatting? Will with an ace, not flatting. After
That's
all
right.
the 3 betting we saw early in the first hour, can almost be sure there is no ace in play here.
How much did they bet? 300.
It's all you need to do. Maybe a little bigger, but it's the spirit of, like, if you're speculating, you might float one, but Dino may have a second barrel. Let's see.
I'm sure Rusty will peel off one more street.
Wow, no, he can't. We are seeing.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
He beat them off.
Show them the
He
deuces.
snapped his
Show
fingers.
them the ducks. Show them the ducks. He showed the
God.
deuce. Show them the ducks. Oh my god.
What are they thinking? Dino played that very well. The bet size was something he could get away from.
Wow. And Clarence Isip said it very clear. Jam to deny equity. That was for
Definitely. The
Rustico.
jacks were misplayed.
Jack
And I
Ivers.
think we're all in agreement that was shove or fold.
Yeah.
When did you turn your jacks into pocket threes and try to set mine with it?
Exactly.
Definitely missed his train there. And for Dino, he just read the board perfectly. Ace and king showing.
That's true.
Nobody
He
could
called
have
it,
that.
yeah. Wow. And Dino Sabatini
He's running his
taking
table right now.
control early in this final table.
Fold C3. Fold C4.
I know you asked him to show, but maybe he shouldn't have. Because you want to keep doing it.
Well, Dino, I
Oh
think,
my goodness.
I've always
Look at one of the OGs, Luis Carvalho in the chat. Yes, sir. We feel you. Says a bad play from the jacks.
yeah,
1.2 million dead money. Echo, that was 1.8 million dead
1.8
money.
million dead money. Yes, it's the latest now for William Ismael.
320.
Now Will's going to open, hoping to get 3-bet.
Fold C3.
Min raises this from the hijack. June's more prudent than this. Not gonna mess with Will, and Joey is right behind him. Joey's getting down and rented an apartment in Shovesville as he is down to barely 4 big blinds as he pays a small blind in this hand.
That is how tight he plays. That's how
Lengthen
tight.
ante.
Not really surprised.
He wasn't tight when he was bluffing with the 6s or tried to bust a guy with ace-jack earlier. So
Yes.
now he's the bottom man on this totem pole.
Jeffrey Carlos is saying, John Rosima Lamang na sa card, nag-fold pa. Aray ko. Jeffrey Carlos. Sayang, ang lawak pa naman ng range ng nag-3-bet. Hindi 3-bet
No,
open.
it was open, but Jeffrey Garz makes a great point. They did see 7-8 of hearts. It was tabled, and it was a 3-bet pot. That's your clue how wide this guy is playing. At the very least,
That's
you
right.
float that flop because the guy's playing so
that,
wide.
That is what he was alluding to, the 3-bet 8-7. Yeah,
That's
tap
right.
on
I mean, it's one of the things. Shout out to Jeffrey for calling that out because it's so rare na may na-table na hand.
Yeah,
And it
oo.
should stand out to you. And he didn't even need to show the twos.
Na-define na kung na
Yeah,
gano'n siya
and
ka-loose.
plus they probably had a couple of days playing this guy.
Yes.
You know, and if you're into profiling, the way he sits, moves, and dresses himself is not a tight player.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the way I dress, this is tight right here.
Yes, yes.
You see this at the table.
Junam
Yeah, I'm gonna
Sick.
get abused.
A couple of snowmen. Dealer button. He's gonna raise it to $500,000.
Set.
June has been trying, has not got anything going, even had to fold tens earlier, but he's managed to keep his stack to 2 million. Now
Joey
that-
meshes now. Si Joey, yung demeanor niya, parang ayaw niya nakakakuha pag may open, ayaw niya nakakuha ng magandang bara kasi parang ganun yung reaction niya.
Because
eh.
it's confrontational. It's
Yeah,
because
yes,
you know there's a gun in your hand and you have to go into the gunfight with it, and you'd rather not. But what are you gonna do? Ladder up? You change your perspective and be glad you have the weapons for this. It's not even worth a time bank.
Yeah, it's showing talaga how, well,
But I think, you know, like his reaction when he got called down with the mid pair against Dino.
this
it
is
was
an
just-
open from the bottom. Oh
Wow,
my God.
we are seeing
Oh
a
my
display
God.
of people living rent free in other people's heads. What is going on here,
Oh,
Luis?
wow.
I feel you, sir. He pushed his hand. He didn't push his chips. What is
Wow.
going on here? Is the RFID on the fritz? Maybe.
Wow.
Telling you what though, watching and knowing in theory what to do is you can
Well,
see
it doesn't
different
matter.
from sitting
It's
there. But
not because we're seeing that it's a good vault. Sasabihin, good vault pocket. I had yung pocket eights, but I mean, not kahit takpan mo yung hands and you're not seeing that. That's a
I'd say that was a Ben Simmons play there. You got the layup and you pass it out.
Yes.
Next thing you know, you're
exactly.
traded and you're only seen in the off
Exactly,
season doing
exactly,
workout
exactly.
videos.
Echo Venosa sa YouTube live ay sa Facebook natin.
Goodness.
Kung 1.8 AD mas lang dapat kinuha ng easy double up na nga pa. Well, yan na nga.
Yeah, he did not.
G-Pat, hirap din talaga ng poker. Madali lang pag nanonood. To a certain
It's true.
extent,
Sitting
yes,
sitting
it's
there,
true,
it's
yes.
tough. There's monsters under the bed. You keep thinking this can't be good. It's a trap. My ace queen can't be good. But you know what? You gotta go back if you have solid fundamentals.
Yes,
You got
it's
all-
all about
You got
yeah,
all the nerves going on, but your fundamentals take over and said, look, this is a push.
exactly.
I don't like it. I don't feel good. I
Exactly.
feel malas. Whatever's going on in your head, the fundamentals take over and you push.
Sabi ni Joseph Garcia na sobrang sa kape. Mga nasa final table ata ngayon. Sabi ni ni Pash, Christopher Passion, new metas. Ayop ka, Pash. Luis Carvalho says they should have been there during the whole day.
Yeah, dude, we go to war with less.
Richard Nakila saying, what kind of FT is this? Echo Binosa, 3BB fold AQ. Sana mag... Ronan,
Yeah, Ronan is gonna go with a theory that I might entertain.
yeah.
Maybe,
Mali.
maybe.
Wrong read yung... Anyway,
All right, let's see here now. Dino has opened from the small blind. It's blind versus blind, so he's opened on the larger side. He's gonna get free bet by Bads, and that should be the end of this hand. I like the way Dino's setting the tone here. We're not gonna play blind versus blind with a free look. You're gonna face pressure, and Bads had to pressure back.
Raise 1.2.
And well played by both guys there.
yeah. David Tanchan, this is the new meta for a final table. Zerky Guerrero, ace niya, ayaw pa, Reka short stack. Sunny Ortiz.
Jacks na, ayaw pa. Ace queen
Oh,
na, ayaw
Jed
pa. So,
Ragasa, boss pa check if RFID yan na.
yes. That is the working theory. And as a player, I will choose that story and I will stick with it.
Yes.
I will
I
I
agree.
will deny that I had
Yeah.
ace queen.
Hindi
That
yun ang
never
barako.
had. It was queen deuce, guys. You don't know.
Allison Burgers, kapag ganitong 5-day tournament, saan day maganda maglaro, sir? Kung ako tatanungin mo, araw-araw hanggang makatawid ka.
No, you know what? The honest answer to that is either of the last 2 days, because there's
Yeah,
gonna
the
be a
first
lot
day
of
and the last day.
yeah, a lot of runners, big field, which means 14% of a bigger field, more chances for you.
But
And pag tumawid ka, bigger stack.
Yes, but the thing with this, Metro Octo Million, surprisingly, all flights are well populated.
populated. Well,
Yeah.
Ibang metro. I mean,
Sabi ni Jerson Aslen, nakafocus yata sa pay jam. Chito Bendia, wala ng pitch at tinulak, hindi pa tinulak.
the page up, by the way, is 10,000. It's not so big that I would avoid conflict. I would
Yes.
still try to get, like, if I double up, I might be looking at 2, 3, 4 extra spots, maybe even the win. So I'm really only looking pay jump if there's some, like, if I want micro stack, there's a
Dino Sabatini getting a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
Now is really trying to be the table captain. Folded to the button. He opened with 9-4 suited. Bad Sampatuan. I don't think he's gonna pull up the
If he
same
only
move.
knew how people play Jackson Ace Queen, he would open every 2 cards.
This should be a, this should be a 3-bet.
No, it's
for,
pretty. No, it's good to defend with this. It plays pretty well post flop.
you will not 3-bet with this.
Not now. Our stacks are big. You know, I'd like to keep the pot small. I was a choice to make because it's a chip leader.
Yes.
Maybe against the shortest stack, you can 3-bet and kind of do some leverage.
And that's exactly what Trap is
Yeah, for this,
has in mind. He
I
flats.
don't mind this. And he can play Dino. He can even float this out of position.
Ooh.
How much better can he want this?
Yes.
He's got the nut flush draw, the royal flush draw, gut shot to the straight. It's an easy check call, maybe even a check raise. Depends on what the pot size is going to be after, but
It's just 750.
you don't want to go.
800.
You don't want to go like 5 million to 0. So you
Yeah.
might want to just call one here
800 lang.
and just let it develop. But it's getting big. Once he calls to 800, the turn is going to be committing.
You know, if I'm in Rap's spot right now, my worry with this hand is, okay, I'm gonna flat here.
And
If I miss the turn, what do I do?
yeah. So I like check
The best
raising.
scenario would be if Dino
The best
check
scenario is hitting the
behind.
queen of spades, but
Yes.
right now I feel you because
Yeah.
flatting and missing.
That's right.
Now you're gonna be bluffing
Yes.
because the pot's too big and you're not going to showdown with king high.
But you have the ace there, which favors the range of Dino.
But a little bit of metagame though. Like I know the ace favors your range, but I'm check raising you anyway. That's
Yes,
very
that's
strong.
exactly it.
I think check raising
They should have
is
been- yeah, they
mostly
should have been check.
the best move here.
Oh.
No!
wow!
Way
Oh
that
my God.
just happened.
Oh my God! Ano nangyayari?
I am gonna throw away my phone because I do not want to see the comments.
What? Oh my God!
RFID issue? What happened? If you're watching on YouTube, slide that action back and tell me I didn't see what I just saw. Why do you play it when you get exactly what you want? No, the plan was to flop a royal flush. Anything less, and you abandon
Oh
ship.
my God!
100.
Oh my God! Ikaw ang paniwala to.
This is stunning,
Parang
guys.
nasa Twilight Zone.
This is stunning. And the blinds are up, by the way. What?
Oh my God.
What are they doing?
Teka lang, bully ko nga. Francis, shout out. Jessel Espeo from Francis. Habulin ko lang yung mga mag-beer ka muna dyan.
Wow. Dino just won a pot with
Oh, yung mga
9-eye.
hindi ko nababasa, mag-ano na lang kayo ha.
Because I mean, you call.
Yung mga hindi ko nababasa,
Oh my
please, yung mga
God.
tumatawag sa akin, wag niyo po akong tawagan dahil naka-livestream tayo. Alam ko yung mga, ano nyo, Hawaii.
Baka sinisigurado lang nila na may pinapanood silang nangyayari talaga, no?
I think it's mistake. But,
Oh my God.
Oh yes, sir. Rob says he thinks it's a mistake. Well, you know, you'll see for yourself.
why not bet 300 so I can see some.
My goodness, he wanted to flat call his draw. That is a check raise if I ever saw one. Well, back to the action. Rusty's got ace king. He's probably gonna fold. Just blow everyone away and open fold ace king. I probably won't be surprised anymore. We got 9 high winning a pot, where a guy has a nut flush royal flush draw and a deep enough stack to at least call. What has Dino done to this guys? It's like they're playing drunk. All right, Rusty's raised with an ace king, and Joey's got pocket fives, and you know, roll with it. He's got that look again, with like that look he had when he folded the ace queen. Gonna fold yet another hand that he should
This
go to
is-
war with,
This is unbelievable.
and watch Dino play this correctly by just isolating Rusty here.
Kita mo yung, uy, ace king, ba't hindi nag-fold?
Exactly, man. That's what I'm thinking. Jamming. Ace king is new meta, guys. Make this passion. New meta. Ace king, open fold. Don't even try.
Aray ko.
Raf, ano pa gusto mo sa flop? King, king, king? Yeah, or royal flush. Anything less is a fold. OMG. Okay, Dino's measuring the stack. He's figuring like, should I even 3-bet this or just put him all in?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
I think Dino's just gonna put him all in. Sometimes fold.
Ko.
Yeah, why go to flip with 9s when you can win
Yeah,
post
and-
flop with 9 high?
Exactly, and he doesn't have any investment in the hand anyway.
Now, if he's gonna take these pots, these 3-bet
Right,
pots
right.
with nothing because guys give up after the flop, then okay, let's play that game
Yes.
and not the flipping game.
Yeah, it's okay to fold. I mean, you know, why?
5 fold.
Okay, Joe's gonna shove this and Rusty's gonna fold.
Plus maybe, I don't know, maybe far-fetched. Except for Joey Meshas, Dino is thinking he's gonna need this small stacks later
Yeah, sure.
on.
Yeah. Keep him
for
around.
ICM pressure.
Absolutely.
For ICM pressure.
Fold.
So he doesn't really want to bust out the
One hand.
short stack.
Yeah, so not gonna be
players.
targeting Raf, Will,
Yes,
Bads,
exactly.
Rusty.
Exactly.
As
for
long as
ICM
Mark and Joey are in this, Dino is in a great spot.
Sabi ni Maggie, ikaw, hindi naman. Si Maggie, WSOP Millionaire Maker, heads up fields. Sa heads up yun. Hindi naman, wala naman chip dumping dito.
Sort of that one drop where the guy folded quads, right?
Yeah.
The first ever one drop tournament.
Auntie, please.
Sabi ni Ezekiel Gloria, wala sa katiyan yata. Anong hand ang ilalaban mo? Tawag sa Batangas, Usbaw. Hindi ko alam ano ibig sabihin ng Usbaw. 1A above 7-7, Casino Royale, not like that. Martin Carvel. Sabi ni Hit the Hit, please replay, there's a bug.
There is a bug. It's mass hysteria.
Milbert says
Mass
system
hysteria.
glitch.
Yeah, and everybody's got it. It's not just one player. It's everybody not named Dino.
Oh my god, wow.
Is glitching out right now. Like playing an FPS, playing Counter-Strike with 600 ping.
Grabe. First time ko atang maka-encounter. ng
It's
ganun.
just all misfires left and right. Let's see who comes to their senses.
Commentators' reaction are the same.
510.
Yeah. I watched that heads up actually after reading the write-up. Have you read the write-up and the heads up? Millionaire Maker?
I gotta see
Heads
that.
up. The accusations of I guess it's a 10-1 lead ata.
All right, Dino's got.
And the
Jack.
sharpest player right now in the table.
I'd say June and Will. have avoided the virus
Yes,
that is
yes, yes.
plaguing the other players.
Well, I'm quite confident that Junam Sik and Will Ismail.
Okay, Dino has, I think, accidentally min raised this.
May over.
He might have, yeah, he was. June had raised a sizable amount, more than 2.5.
Was he just intending to call back? What
Well,
happened?
the dealer had asked him to put in 10 more, so maybe he was trying to min raise or he's trying to call, but whatever it is, he's now been
Or he's
blinded.
playing mind games kay
5,
Jun
6,
na
7, 8.
making it appear like I don't know. I don't know if Dino does that.
Wala ako sa ratio. Did you have a good hand?
My early clash with Dino, he busted me twice.
But Dino's chatting up June. I'm sick right now.
Yeah, he 3 bets to 820. May I'm not sure. If
Okay,
this
it was
is a-
graphic glitch. It was 310. Wait a minute. How? Oh, because it's coming from 200. Binded him to the min raise. That's
Oh
right.
yeah, yeah.
Coming from 200, June had made it 510. I don't know if not sure if Dino meant to 3-bet or thought he was just calling, but whatever it was, he put in too much. Dealer binded him to min raise, and that's how we got here to 820.
Yeah, but now it's back to June. He does. I don't think he can afford to flat this 3 bet.
Like if he thinks it's a mistake, he should be shoving over him.
Oh well, he did. Okay. Anyway.
I think he just flatted
Yes,
it.
yes.
So now Dino's playing the fake mistake game. I think popularized by Franco Mabanta 20 years ago.
Was that against the guy with the spectacles? Or are you referring to the time?
The old oops,
Yeah.
I made a mistake, but
Oh,
now
yeah, that's a different.
Dino is way ahead. And
That's
June,
gonna be a fold for June.
yeah, flatting a 3
Dino
bet.
will
We've seen
bet.
Dino bet 10% of the pot.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
he's
it's
bet
gonna
about
be a fold
400.
for June.
And this should be job done, job
Yes,
done.
there you go.
And June has just been
And-
steadily bleeding.
Dino Sabatini winning at least 85-90% of the pots.
That he didn't
so
deserve.
far.
No, he earned it though.
Yeah, yeah. Look at that disparity. Oh my God.
You
Anong
know, it's an
masabi?
epidemic. It all started with Joe raising half his stack with ace 10 and folding.
Yes.
And then it's
The
been
bug caught on.
it's been a pandemic from there. Good for KT of spades.
Nine yung narabit. Aris Matias pati sa tournament para well, Jeffrey Carlos ayaw manood. Edsel Villares ayaw mabasa out ng pang 9. Virgil Leiretana, mga sigurista Jeffrey Jamin Benjamin, who else gritted their teeth and said arg when that king 10 spade folded? Yeah, me, I did. Kylie King, annoying. Well, you know, I mean, to put things in perspective, katulad nga nung sinasabi nila, it's easy for us to, you know, even though some of our comments may be spot on, but it's a different pressure playing for big money in the final table. It's the same as
No, it's like I said, it's a fundamental thing because in the absence of mental strength, sometimes you don't know where you are
Right,
and you lean
right.
back in your fundamentals.
Yes, and
if
that's
your fundamentals aren't solid, you got nothing to fall back on. Then you're playing with fear.
yes,
And that
exactly.
fear makes you do funny things.
Exactly. That
And
emphasizes
we're enjoying it right now, but it's a really product of
yes,
fear.
that emphasizes the importance of really getting solid gameplay fundamentals when you play tournament poker.
Yeah, but if you play superstitious, then you don't have the fundamentals. Then you don't know, like, there's some things that you just do because long-term correct.
And this video is a good promotional video for GTO. Get it. This is why you need the chart.
I don't mind though. This might be the most fun I've had in a while. Doing commentary on the final table because of the very alive comment section, which is why I love the Metro broadcasts.
All right, so Mark Jaud finally finding a hand that he can jam his remaining stack with.
Not quite a hand, more like a thumb.
Yeah,
It's
well.
barely half a hand, but the ace is good enough. Rusty has made the courtesy call with the live cards.
Jack 8, Colby open-ended.
Open-
Ace high still
open-ended.
ahead.
Open ender dodging pairs and
Marshall
straights.
still ahead with ace.
7 queen jack 8.
Third card. Third card
Not
is
bad. He
deuce
spared up the deuce. Not that it matters.
Yeah, still 11 outs.
At least it denies him
Save in the tournament.
the straight or the bigger pair. And
The river card is an ace of diamonds.
Pairs.
quietly back to 1.7 million.
Richard Nakila, final table pressure, maybe that's the main factor.
For sure.
Yes. Rodel Ampalayo, Lionel Yosenta, shout out. Luis Carvalho, Poker Comedy Art, Jeffrey Carlos. Tama, iba pa rin pressure pag nandiyan ka. Kudos pa rin sa kanila. Congrats, magagaling sila nakarating dyan. Yes. Look,
Look, I agree. We're not. I mean, the respect for the players is there.
course,
But it's like when you watch an NBA player blow a layup. We still
Yes.
respect that this player is better than 8 billion other people on the planet. But
Yeah.
you don't want to miss that layup on national TV.
that's right. Alright. Nobody has busted out.
That's a big
Despite-
factor. You don't want to be the first guy to bust out either.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
ace queen fold. Well, Dino, it's folded to you. Do the cards matter? They do not. Yeah.
He knows.
Now that is not an RFID glitch. That's just the way Dino's been playing.
I think after those series of wins, he's thinking I can practically do
He's
whatever I want.
Running them over post flop,
Yeah.
winning with the deuces in a multi-way pot,
Yes.
winning with 9 high on that texture.
Maybe he's thinking, looking if he goes on to win this final table, this cast is built for me.
No, and sometimes you're at the
That's built
table and
for
you got such momentum and respect. It's just a weird combination of people making mistakes or overestimating
Yes.
you. And you feel like, hard to believe, but I know you felt this, that sometimes you feel like, I think I own this table.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you get that
have
feeling. I think I
yeah.
can do whatever I want.
And
And so Dino's doing that.
on the other hand, you get transferred from that table to another table, and then you're feeling suddenly turn around 180 degrees.
Yeah, it's like, now I don't have.
Now I'm
They don't respect me. They don't have
Yes.
history. I don't know them.
and it happens a lot
Yeah.
of times. Like
Well, right now, Dino is in the driver's seat. And I can only see, like, if June had more of a stack, but I see Will lurking. Probably has been the biggest threat at this table. And will be in any final table he is in. Because as Dino has been building off of the mistakes of everyone else, Will has stayed at around the stack that he's started the final table with. $100% open.
of course.
Blinds are now 100,000, 200,000. Oh, he's changed it up here. He's figured definitely Will's only calling at the very top of his range with all these shortish stacks in the mix. And Dino is saying, I'm
Anong
gonna
range ang
bust whoever.
makaka-call lang dito? Minimum ace king
I think if I'm a short stack, I see ace jack going for it.
for the shorter stack, yeah. Or any
But for someone like with Raph or Will stack, I don't know if you want to do this with ace king. Because you're thinking ICM, right? I'm in
Yes.
such a good position. I'm not making any mistakes.
that's right.
All right, so Dino's
Dino Sabatini
he's
just
changing it up,
bulldozed.
but the result is the same. But he's changing the flavor just to
Just-
show them there's different looks.
Bulldozing his way.
Got all the moves, got the post moves, got
Yeah.
the drives, the step backs.
Jed Ragasa, as he should with the way this FT is playing, any two cards is good for Dino, yes. We're here, Leiretan, and they're playing the people's player. Drigo Enriquez, oy.
Clearing the images.
Ang
Yeah.
magaling para sa akin ay ang mga commentators. Salamat po.
Drigo.
Kinakain sila ni Dino, sabi ni JS
The best
Villanueva.
point guard I've never had the honor of playing with.
Richard Nakila is forecasting a Dino William heads up. Not far-fetched.
Dude, that's the easy one.
Yeah. Oh.
That's the easy guess.
Sabi ni Gilbert at yon sa ating YouTube chat, napapailing din ako but considering the pressure and the money siguro. Rooting for Mark. Hit the heat. The confidence is too high now. I think it's all the way. Only Will can stop Dino.
Yeah, it's looking that way, but Rap is still there with a good stack.
Ayaw pa rin bitawan ni Jano Alvarez si Rap. Again, what? Rap?
Yeah, why? Why did you play it and then fold it on an almost perfect flop? But here we are now, folded to Will in the hijack, not gonna mess around. My mistake, he has lost a bit and is now sitting on 3.3. But that is the average stack. We haven't lost a player at this final table. Well, this one should play itself. Sitting on
think?
6 bigs. Is there still a min raise in your arsenal here?
No, I mean, I'm just reacting to the way Mark Jowd plays. Like,
So for you, this one is an easy shove, but for Mark, not so
yeah,
easy.
not so easy.
Well, once again, we got the old half stack raise.
You do realize I invented this move.
I don't know if you invented it, but definitely in the local circuit. No, you did funnier. It was funnier for you. You were raising like 65%, really making it look like you're never folding.
Showcasing the way I'm splitting my stack in front of all the players, letting them marinate on what I'm doing.
They should have bet this half or this half, this half or this half.
All right, Veer Hill, anyone can win this. Skill and luck is still in play. Rolly Rules, shout out sa'yo. Kinapos kahapon. Good game pa din. Good game pa din. Good, congratulations on the deep run.
Sorry, I'm leaning in.
Jaime De La Cruz, mali RFID sa YouTube natin to. Jano Alvarez, hit the hit. Kung lumabas spade sa turn, baka andyan ako. Joke lang. Si hit the hit pa lang naka-out sa'yo. Okay. Alright, let's go back. 32nd hand of this final table. Wala pa rin pong nababasa out. This is the final table of the 5 million guaranteed Metro Walk 12 million.
It started really aggressive and tight with open 3-bet fold, open 3-bet fold, and then it got too tight with folds that we thought we would never see. And right
It
now,
started pretty normal and then took a turn to the twilight zone. Is how I'd put it.
it turned in from a sports show to a horror show.
Yeah. Jason Cruz, happy watching. Magandang gabi sa'yo. JRB still waiting for Rapulao.
Rusty open shove, the
Very standard.
8 BB stack. Not gonna get outplayed here. Easy fold for Mark. Let's see what the other players on the left have. Down to the blinds. Dino will play any 2 cards, but not call any 2 cards. Success for Rusty. So there we go. Almost half the chips in play, which is easy to have when you're 4-handed, but when it's 9-handed, to have half the chips in play is something else completely. About 28 million chips in play here.
Jason Tunggal, pa-shoutout po kay Bads.
$30 million chips in play, actually. Starting stack must have been 25,000.
Yes.
All right.
See, that's what I like about you. Your mental math is something I envy. My mental math is the
It's a trade-off, though. I failed Filipino. And history.
at one point I remember Will Ismail telling me, dude, Review your multiplication table.
Yeah, at least that much, right?
My daughter learned it in 3 days.
Not even multiplication. Like you know how they used to teach grade one. It was called sets
Yeah.
because really one piece, two piece, two out of three pieces.
Yes,
It's not
yes.
even math. It's just visual, and you need that to make pot size bets or
Exactly.
quarter pot bets. All right, Mark is not quite half his stack here.
650.
Our Jowd opens with pocket nines.
A third of his stack. I like that size because if it gets flatted, you got a pot size shove on the flop. But who is ever flatting you here?
But I don't think it's gonna play this, so lulusot. Yung raise.
Yeah, it's gonna get through. Nope. I mean, the guy bet a third his stack, so he's basically saying this
Yes.
one now, the rest of it later.
All right, John Smith still at it, waiting for Rusty. Ko, idol.
Kulit ni John Smith.
Oo. Pero binabasa ko kasi papadala siya sa atin ng stars eh. So, you know, Richard Nakila, pang ilan si Boss Jobin, paano siya na-out? Pang 12 siya, kung paano siya na-out, PM mo siya. Jason Homer, Vargas, pa-shoutout, supporting Rusty from Cebu. Danny Nanding II, watching from Cotabato City. Pa-shoutout, Datu Bad. So, yan. Uy, ang aking kuya. Ashby Rivera. Hi guys, in my opinion, this FT is a good one. We have to watch and learn from here how ICM and other pressure affect our game while Dino is exercising
So, well said.
maximum of it.
Well said, sir.
May
ICM, final table, big money payout. Well, not really big money right now. It's 47,500.
Ang masasabi ko lang sa'yo, Ashby Rivera, yung penguin ko. Alright, William Ismael, finally.
8.
Hold it to him. He's raised to 400. Just
Yeah.
a click.
Si William, parang ang ano ni William, I'm just gonna sit back and watch the other players
Chilling here. You know,
self-destruct.
I'll pick my spots, but Dino's the one guy you don't want to mess with. But Dino's the guy who will mess with him. He's already 3-bet him before. And he has the chips to do it. He wants to 3-bet about a third of Will's stack. He can do it, but
I think,
passed on this one.
look at that fold by, for me, that's the respect
Yeah.
to Williams.
That boy different. He's looking across
Yeah.
table, not that guy.
I'll deal with you later because I'll pick up muna the easier one.
Hasn't raced in a while, so
Yeah.
you know.
Jesse Villoria, shout out. Mon Ambuyok. Boss, pa-shout out po kayo naman kay Jerome Sasota from Bacoor City. Jing Carmona, railing for Rustico from Surigao City. Jed Ragasa, agree the King Kansure was a risk premium fold. High ICM pressure, no need to engage versus chip leader on a bloated pot since my 3 BB and 6 BB sa mesa. Pick up chips on better spots when the smaller stocks bust. Pero, well, that would be if you're in my opinion ko lang to if you're trying for, groping for reasons to justify that action, yes, that would have played, but I still think it could have been, it would have been a different.
Was it a 3-bet pot? Yeah,
No,
pretty
no.
Was it
Open
just a
lang.
flat call,
Flat
right? He
lang.
defended
He
from the
defended.
big blind, I remember.
Yeah, yes,
so
yes.
big blind defense. I mean, it's not 100% check raise, 100% call, but it's very high percentage of playing it aggressively, and some percent what Jed is alluding to, where
but-
you can change your mind. Junam Sik playing for all the chips with ace 10. No time left on the clock. Gotta take that shot. Bads with the poor ace. Gonna give it up. And just as poor an ace. Can argue even worse than the ace 5.
Sige, habang naka-all in it, nag-isip si Rap. But going back to sa hand ni Rap, if you don't want to bloat the pot, o di wag mo check raise. At the very least, you calls to see the turn.
And then he'll have the problems you talked about when he misses the turn. Then he can apply what Jed is talking about, where you know what, I played this hand as far as I could.
Kasi
but
if
it was
you decide
800
not to
though,
bloat it
because he didn't like the bet size, 800,000. He was saying after the hand, why not continue for 300? Then I can call. Well, Dino read that right. He figured this is the price that he's not gonna pay.
Wow, okay. Siguro nga.
Yeah, so it was just such a good size that flatting was suddenly
Yeah.
like, look, if I flat and miss, I
um,
just blew 800,000.
Sabi ni Mixes Pino, shoutout kay Roy Lee, Oracion Chiblaze. Hindi ko na babanggitin yung the rest kasi. Jan Ragasa, I think has a good point here. It was an 800,000
Yeah.
bet on a 1 million pot post flop. SPR was 1.5
That's
sa
why
turn.
during the
Ipokoli
hand,
niya.
I was like,
He was
okay.
thinking of the turn.
You didn't
sige.
like calling, and I
Yeah.
like check raising, if at all. Just
Yeah,
because
yeah,
like
yeah.
calling would have felt awkward if you miss.
Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah. Siguro.
Like I said, it's percentages. Like maybe like 80% check raise,
Yes.
maybe 10%
So probably,
fold,
if you
10%
put,
call.
that's what I mean. Siguro nga, he doesn't wanna commit his stack. I mean, edi, sana fold ka na lang.
We do have those moments though where you go like, nice hand, I'm gonna play this hand. Oh, flop, great
Yes,
flop.
I agree,
And then
yeah.
you're facing the action, the pressure, your
Yes,
thoughts come and you go,
yes, yes.
wait, what am I doing here?
Plus wala pang na-out na,
Yeah,
ano, you don't
wait,
wanna
there's
be the
still line
first.
of I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
Change your mind, then you're out.
You don't wanna be the first guy to bust
Well,
out.
Joey's all in for
So, I
20,000.
guess,
He's all in for less than the starting stack. Problema to eh. Bad says aces. He does not want to lose any customer because you don't want to raise this, lose everybody, and suddenly you're winning Joey's 20K. So that's why it's the thing about how do you play this aces. He's decided to make it 600,000 anyway. Look like he's trying to just isolate Joey while secretly praying to get 3-bet. Will gets to close the betting. He's not gonna do it. Oh, this is gonna be. Well, if you're gonna bust out an attorney, it better be against aces. So I believe it's King 3
I don't know
offsuit.
kung naglolo ko yung RFID ni Joey sa seat 2. So Joey Mesias,
Oh,
Jack 3 suited
Jack.
against the aces of Buds.
Jack 3.
So tingnan natin. Sweat pa din.
Naman. Naman.
Runner clubs
Well,
would be foul.
the good thing is Buds have the ace of clubs.
Pair is no good. It's gotta be a flush. One shot. No gut shot, no nothing. Just a club, and there are quite a number of them left in the deck.
First casualty of the final table,
Yeah.
Joey Anthony Mesias from Bicol. Good game to you, sir.
Out ka lang, binaziran ka pa.
And Joey gets, let's see,
47,500.
yeah, 47.5 plus a main event seat worth
More than the cash.
55,000 pesos.
Nice haul for Joey.
Oo nga, no? More than. Ito, exactly. Jared Santos says, shoutout sa dalawang casters ng Metro na tinitingala ko.
Ay, kasi matangkad ako.
Ako hindi man ako matangkad. Ito exactly siya sabi, Mac De La Cruz, si John Lloyd. Sabi niya, dapat di na siya call ng King 10 suited sa big blind. Na flop mo ginto, ace jack suited, tapos sobra wide pa.
It does make also a good point. The
Exactly.
wide range, which means even like you're just semi bluffing there, but the range is so wide, you have so much fold equity over that range.
Like you got the second best flop that
Maybe
you can
third
hope
best.
for.
You like king,
King,
right?
king, king, one, king,
ace,
ten.
jack,
Sige,
queen,
sige,
spades,
third
right?
na. Third best.
King 10.
What was his stack ba kanina? Uy, we're being haunted by the King 10 suited spade.
He
no?
was sitting on about 4 million.
So may pang-navigate siya with the 800.
No, like there was something in the
800,
pot,
magkano pot
800.
nun? 1.6?
Yeah, like I believe Jed was right calling
Yeah,
it
1.5
1.5
SPR.
SPR. All right, Baz has raised the controversial King 10 of spades. It's a min raise, and whoa, sweet hand to play if I was the big blind, but on the button with no room to navigate, what is Joe gonna do here? Yep, still got 2 time bank cards.
Ayan. At sige nga, Clarence Isip, ano ang line mo doon? Sige nga, from our YouTube live chat. Clarence Isip, the second generation Rivera. Anong line mo doon? Sige nga, post mo dyan sa
Yeah,
comment.
very curious. Like, what are the arguments for flat calling there, given that Dino's kind of oversized that
Right.
C bet? And if you go to the implied odds, it was barely there.
Ito si Pipaw. Nag-message pa sa akin to kaninang madaling araw. Juan Paulo, good evening. Tira pa sa akin, Coach Ron. Hinahanap ko paring Albir ko. Baka ako na malikmata lang. Ako, wala pala talaga sa FD para ako na double bust out. Nasabay.
So close.
Ace Queen versus Pocket Tens versus Pocket Kings. Na double bust out kaya tumalon bigla sa FT. Either pang 10th siya or pang 11th.
Junam Sik has been a victim of the blinds. Not really made any big mistakes, but finds himself one of the shortest stacks. 8 players left.
6 minutes remaining in this level, and we will have our first break of the final table.
Well, Dino's back to his raising ways after it's come to him unopened. 10-8 offsuit, doesn't matter. He's opened for a click 400,000.
Sabi ni Clarence, call siya sa flop. Why defend King 10 kung di ka call sa ganong flop? O pag kumol ka nga, nag-miss ka sa turn. 1.5 SPR.
Well, we
Check
have to
fold.
surrender because you're looking at implied odds. You got a 12 outer, perceived 12 outer.
Diba?
Which is about 3 to 1. So you go, if I think I could win 2.4 million, I flat the 800. All right, the big blind will not defend with the unsuited ace, so Dino's going to take this one uncontested. He sniped himself another small pot.
Ang sarap nung stack ni Dino, this stage, oh.
Close to 30 million chips
Your
in
only opposition is close opposition is Will Ismael, oh.
Rap's got a big stack. Rap's sitting on about 4 million also. Last time we flashed the graphic.
Oh yeah.
That I noticed. There we go. Flash it for us. 4.2.
Yes,
So
actually.
Rap and William. And the beautiful part is the bottom. With 580, with 3 micro stacks.
Yes.
Which means you are robbing the mid stacks blind.
Hence maybe why Dino is playing the way he's playing right
Just
now.
pick the spots. Again here, open under the gun, king, queen offsuit.
Only right, Dino. Only right.
Only rice, that's funny. Go to Jim Spares on the piton for only rice.
Ah,
This will be interesting. Will Ismael with ace queen off in the cutoff. It's not an easy hand to play with the stacks, and Will makes the move that even if I told you it was the right move, you might not have the heartbeat for
to
it.
pull it up.
But Will has done it all in with ace queen off.
Actually, with Will, it's not really the art. It's the science of it.
Yeah, that's where I
Yeah.
say like your heart and your mind can fail, but you got your fundamentals and you just do it.
Good.
He's got all the reps.
Yes.
That
Good
he can
fold
make this
for
move.
Rusty Ko. Easy fold.
And see here,
Ace jack off.
Will's never getting outplayed because he's all in. Dina's hand includes so many hands that are not ace king, so he can feel very safe doing this, and that's how you play.
William pulling abreast with Rap. Both players have 21 bigs.
See Joe still hanging on there.
Brian Romero says, let's see kung after break mag-iiba na action nila sa open ni Dino na
Yeah, they get a
magkakasilipan na.
chance
Yeah.
to review what's happened so
But
far.
even
and
now,
it's all fair.
with the frequency of Dino's opens,
You gotta know something's
it's like
up.
a no-brainer that he
It's
can't have that
combination.
always that.
You know, he's
good.
probably been playing loose the whole past few days. He's the
Yes.
chip leader, and you can see the frequency right in front of you.
What they're more afraid of is what if sa akin matapat yung legit na raise, di ba?
I know what that's like. Happened to me. I watched a guy raise
Yes.
5 times in a row with nothing,
Yes.
and then I pushed back at him with queens, and he had kings. So it does happen.
And that's the beauty of what Dino is doing and
Yeah.
the amount of chips that he has at his
They always said, if you
disposal.
want to get action, you got to show them that you give action.
Yeah.
So another way of saying it is you advertise that you're loosey-goosey, or else they'll never call you when you have
That's
it.
right. That's right.
Guess what happens here if June does not raise this? Dino will raise whatever he asks. But this is blind versus blind, so June, of course, is going to keep this simple. And it just depends on what Dino looks at here. King deuce off.
June did it again.
Nice move by June, recognizing that the optimal move for him there was to not complete.
User Super 14, alam na nila na wide yan si Dino, pero ano magagawa nila kahit alam nila na wide si Dino? Jam marginal hand. So exactly.
Yeah, not the marginals. I mean, you want to be near the top of your range. If you jam Jack 8, then you're not really blocking any of the better hands.
Mark Pagsiyuin with his thoughts. Magandang gabi. While watching here, while talking to my clients, I'll just keep my observation. Dino Sabatini looks like the winner. Bulao and Smile fighting for heads up with Dino. Bliss Rashte is the dark horse. Siya lang ang may hawak na itak.
Very nice insights from yet another one of the OGs of Philippine poker, Fisherman Mark.
Bakit king ka sana?
Go, Joe is still in this
Nagkakaano naman talaga yan, nagkakadikit.
2.7 big blinds.
Clarence Isip, ano say mo sa UTG Open na half stack with Ace 10
Yeah.
off?
That would be Joe.
Di ba ginagawa ko yun? Di ba? Nakita mo na ako.
Oh, pero hindi mo tinatapon.
Hindi nga. Wag pag ginawa ko yun, wala nang tapunan yun. Pinagandang all-in lang yun. Pag hindi si William makakalaban sa heads up ni Dino, wala kakainin lang ng buhay ni Dino. Di naman. Like Junam Sik, I think his gameplay is there. Rap Bulaong, you know, despite that King 10 controversial move, is also there.
You can smoke if you want. Huh?
David Danchan says,
Let's see if Dino's going to try to take one more pot here. It's going to be blind versus blind after June
I
folds.
can smoke.
Yeah, it's got to be, yeah, it's just snap shove for Dino. Doesn't matter. Oh!
can you call?
This is so wide, blind versus blind before a break,
Mhm.
that you almost gotta call. But then you don't want to bust out before a break, and that's what's in play when Dino does this. Do you really want to be that guy where everyone's smoking, having a break, and you go?
Eto, puso na lang to.
He probably knows his hand is good, but the pressure of not even making this break. I hate to bust out just before break, where everyone asks you,
Yeah.
"Oh, ano nangyari?"
Oo.
And then you don't wanna be the guy who busts out after a break, where upo lang na
Nangyari sa
iba.
akin yan recently lang.
But he's gotta do it though.
Yeah, what is too good. a hand against an open
If
jack.
he had
Blind
2
versus
million,
blind.
snap call. But 3 million feels like
Pero
he
ako,
has
hirap
more
talaga.
ICM
I'm trying
value.
to put myself sa spot ni Buds. Parang hirap din talaga nito. Kasi ang baba pa ng
It's
payout.
tough. It's before a break. You're in contention. There's a micro stack, 500k.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like, after
Baba
this
pa ng
break, that guy could
payout eh.
bust.
Yeah, exactly.
Why would I bust
And
before that
Dino
guy
knows
with
that very
500,000?
well.
So,
Tatlo ang pay jump mo possible, oh. Tatlo with the...
there's a guy with like 1.2,
Yeah,
1.7, and 580,000.
And even though you say you call and you're ahead,
May disgrasya.
may disgrasya. Inaasa mo sa run out and you don't wanna really relying on the run out at this point.
Well, it's a matter
Oh,
of
he makes the
are
call.
you playing for first or are you playing for the ladder? At this
Yes.
point, which one is it? So Bads is playing for the move up. You know, after all the points you made, I don't blame him for either choice.
Yes.
But he's made the choice where he's going for glory. Binila, no gamble, no future.
Yes.
We'll see if there will be a future. Will he be playing after the break? Ace 10 at risk. Oh,
my
how
God.
bad is this? Suddenly, the 10 of diamonds is not an out. Ace of diamonds, not an out. 7 is an out. 8 is an out. Any diamond, any 10, any 5. Bats might be behind here. Oh, still good. And it is
Yeah,
fade.
back to back na sila. Baliktaran na sila.
Now he's blocking the straights with spades. He's blocking the 7s and 8s. They're blocking each other.
Yeah!
Oh, not good. Not good. That
Oh
makes a
my
straight
God.
for Dino, and the worst has happened. Bads has got it in ahead, but has busted. That's a two-pair hand,
Wow.
10s and 9s with the ace kicker.
Heartbreaker for Buds.
When it's going good, it's just going
Yeah.
great for Dino to take out a guy before the break. We're gonna come back with 7 players.
Yeah, so we will talk more about that hand. But Buds is out at 8th place. He gets 57,500 plus a main event seat
That's
worth
difficult. Going out on your
55,000.
shield.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna take also a break here at the panel. We'll be right back.
Kapatuan. Ano mo na natin to?
Check down, Sir Jeff.
Hanip na may stock. Ano na to eh? Ako bibilang pare. Nakot mo isa, no? Di ba? Ako na. $1,510,000. 6 million, 12 million. Tama? Ito, 5 million, 10 million, 11 million. Ten, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 15, 3,
17.
ha?
16,370.
15,370. Oh my God. Game over na yan. Jose. Jose. 1,020,000. Ah, 500,000 20. 520. Kaya ako 50. Ay, hindi. Million. Dagare. 600. Jose to, Jose. Ito Will. Ito Rusty. Tama.
520, no?
Ito Jose to, Jose. 520. Yun.
4 million.
Rafael yun, Rafael yun.
Oh, 4 million 150.
4,170,000. 600.
1.6.
1.6. 880. Million 760. Million lang dito lang ako. Balik ko na ito isa. 5 million.
Wala rin si Dino. Wala lang Pilipinas.
You have no ace, so he's just gonna barrel you.
Once again, final playback players, please enjoy your seats.
Because he doesn't have he should probably see. He's just gonna pressure you.
Final game leaders are jumping. Blinds are now 120,000 to 140,000. Blinds of 30,000. Please. Game leaders are jumping.
One big blind. One big blind, sir.
Out ka?
30.
Hindi ko nakita.
30 antis. 30 po, sir. 30 antis. 30 po.
7, 8, 8, 10, si ba?
Sir, dito po ba? Dito.
Club 6, 9, diamond.
Makno po na. Saan si Sir Dino? Dito ba? Doon?
Plus 4. Ah, wow.
First off, sir.
Ako na.
All in. 6, 6. 7, fold. 8, fold.
Sorry, nakita ko.
10, fold.
And has returned.
49 po.
Down to just 7 now.
This is the stack that made most people want to fold that previous hand. This 490k stack.
Yes, exactly. And Rapbulaong makes the call.
Courtesy call here has to call.
And he, ano na kasi siya,
Live cards.
these live cards, yeah. So Jose Jojo Chung, his tournament life on the line here with ace 10 suited.
He's been sitting on 1.2 million as a high water mark the whole time, and he just stands to get back to that mark if this hand holds up.
Looking good, one card to go. 5 outer for Rap Bulaong. And the river pairs, so it's a double up for Jojo Chung. He goes back to 1.2 million, which is
Welcome
about
back.
your mental math, coach. There you go, easy, 5 bigs.
More importantly,
Aunties, please.
there's 7 players left. He made a bay
Yes,
jump. He
yes,
took a
yes.
cigarette break and came back with more money.
Yes, exactly. And Denver Gotel says in our YouTube chat, taas ng pay jump para i-risk mo yung ace 10. It's better to wait better spot. Daming short stack, sayang.
Definitely a good
That's
point.
one argument to consider.
I mean,
Danilo Munoz says, good call, bad outcome.
in a vacuum, good call, bad outcome. But when 20 players start to look at ICM, shorter stacks on the table,
Yes.
your equity versus the whole prize pool, then it's a little more fold than call.
And maybe one can argue because I'm playing to win or those
Yeah, that would be
those
my
common.
argument. Like if I'm not thinking ICM, I'm just thinking,
Yes.
which is kind of a dated way to think about it.
Yes,
right now,
it's
you gotta
actually-
remember, why did I
yes.
enter this tourney? Did I enter for the
Exactly.
trophy or did I enter
Exactly.
to make some money?
Yes.
So if you try to make as much money as you can, then as you said, you
There's
play it
another way
cautiously.
to get both actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can pick better spots. You make sure that you get paid for your grind.
Yeah, chill out right now, go crazy later. Junam Sik cannot find a hand. This is not a good time to be card dead as the blinds are higher.
All in.
Dino's all in here with AC Deucey, and he's gonna run into a hand. Now this is not Ace 10. This hand
You
can survive
are
a
not-
run out.
You are not folding that, Rap Bulao. You are not
You're
folding
blocking
that.
aces and kings. He's made a one
Yes.
black call. That's a call. So Dino ran into a hand here. Joe, get out the way. If Rap busts, you made more money. What? No way. No way. All right. Joe's out of the way. Ace King dominates Ace Deuce.
I was talking to Rap during the break, and we were
Did he
discussing that.
confirm
King
it was
10.
King 10's face?
Yes, it
Not a
was.
RFID?
It was, and he told me, you know my plan coming into this tournament is to play for more money. So I guess it.
All right, wait. Let's see if Dino's running like Jesus on water here.
Oh.
Got himself a gut shot.
He wins this. He wins this hand. I'm gonna declare him.
Yeah,
I'm
just
gonna
give him
yeah,
the
he's gonna
trophy
be the
already
champion.
if he
yeah,
gets
yeah.
out of here.
He wins
It is
this hand.
5 outs.
5. This is the third card.
What about what Rap needs, which is
Yeah,
nothing?
Yeah. The good thing for Rap right now is the table is relatively short-handed. So there you go, double up.
King plays as the superior kicker. And now, as Fisherman Mark has predicted, Rapper will be threatening Dino here.
So Rap jumps into second place now in a good spot. He's got 7.6 million. Dino Sabatini still with 13 million.
Would be sweet if Rap takes it down and shove that King Ten of Spades in all our faces. One big I told you so.
Yes.
He may have given up that battle, but his overall strategy is what he is committing to.
Aldrin Alvarez, napanood na kaya nila sa replay mga pinagagawa nila? Yes. Because I was talking to some of the players there. Monching Serrano, isang napakagaling nating dealer dito sa Metro Card Club. 5 kilos ka, Jun Amsik.
More fruits.
Shout out Metro. Dex Santos, happy watching sa'yo. Long time no see,
5 kilos na ano? Kung 5 kilos ng buko yan, 2 piraso lang yan.
Ang tinitinda ngayon ni Jun, guyabano at saka mangga ba? Yes.
Ayan.
And he was lecturing me on the health benefits of guyabano.
Oh, Guyabano has always been right up there with mangosteen.
Would you believe me if I tell you I haven't eaten a guyabano in all my life?
I think I have one in the farm.
Oh,
Come
I know
over,
that. I saw that.
you get
Yung
to,
nag-iisang bunga doon, di ba?
you get to pick your own.
Long overdue na. Maybe. Oh, I saw you guys visit the farm together with our friend from Pagsanhan, John King. Nag-farm ba kayo?
We went to John King's
Oh,
farm.
you went to John King's farm.
And then we
Not
left him there, and then DJ, Otalabi, Enzo, and Bronze
Yes,
went to
yes.
our farm.
That was a trip, no? A
It was a
two-wheel trip.
ride with a DJ following in 4 wheels. All
Ah.
right, Dino's raised King 6 and has been unopened to him on the cutoff. Will Ismael is going to defend with Queen Jack offsuit. No, he didn't call 40K. How did he
Typo.
call?
Typo.
Yeah, how does he call 40K? Ace 9 6, it favors Dino's range. And he's continued on every pot that he's opened. Why stop now? Can William float out of position with Queen High? This flop has nothing for him.
30,000.
300.
Ay, 300.
Yeah, there's no way it's 30,000.
Nakakalito.
Kaya pala 40 yung na-type kanina. Kasi si dealer, ang deklarasyon 40,000.
Right.
Imbis na 400,000.
300K to call. I mean, this is just pure float. If Will doesn't need to, we'll find a better spot. Dina takes another chunk of chips. 580,000 gain for the man in control. How do you know that's not Derek White under that hat and hoodie?
30.
Oh, you know, because Derek's white, his forehead would have been showing even with a hat on. Seven players left. It took a while, but bang bang, we lost 2.
5 million guaranteed main event ballooning to 6,080,000 as 216 players or entries
It should be
were
called
generated.
the Metro Have Another Million tournament. An extra million for good measure.
And out of that 1,216, we're watching the last
480.
7.
If you're wondering why first place payouts is sub 1 million despite 6 million in the pot, it's because every
Yeah.
guy in the final table got a seat to the Philippine Poker Millions in
Worth 55,000.
So
Plus,
you
there were 18 satellite seats given out also.
There you
That's
go.
worth 12,000. Yeah, we were, maraming nagtatanong, bakit parang ang liit nung champion Spurs?
Yeah.
The reason for that is the seats given out.
The big opportunity to be part of a milestone event
Yes.
here at the Metro Card Club, the Philippine Poker Millions. Coming to you in August. I believe August 20. They start the series August 18, but the main event August 20, day 1A.
That's gonna happen here at the Metro Card Club. Jesse Aresgado, another very hardworking floor manager here at the Metro. Shout out Metro Team Fruits. Junamsik.
Hindi Team Pro eh.
Oh, hindi Team
Team
Pro.
Fruits.
Eto, John Clyde Tan, who's in Cambodia right now. Shout out sa'yo. Ako ang gusto mong mapanood. Kaya mo, lapit na. Delphine Linsky, shout kay Boss Ian. Live kami. Nanonood sa Papa Chups. Uy, Papa Chups Resto Bar. Andyan na. Andyan din ang Metro 7.
Buti pa sila may sabaw.
Oo. Baka naman, Papa Chups. Baka naman, Boss Ian. Baka naman, nandito lang kami. Oh.
Pasisig lang tayo dito.
Sisig pa masarap. Pwede na, oo. Baka naman. Papa Chups Resto Bar sa tabi lang, sa labas lang po yan ng Metro Card Club.
Under
Ace
the
Jack
gun, June Amsik with Ace Jack. Amsik June.
This is probably an open.
I don't know if it's an open shove.
Open shove, yeah. I was about to say
or
open.
do one of
open
those
shove.
half stack openers.
Yeah, with no intention of folding, of course.
Okay.
So there's the jam.
Old season.
Mark Madlang Sakay, good luck Dino and William Fishmael.
Ha,
Eto, kaibigan natin. Matagal natin nakita. Jonathan Argamosa, ano nga pa to?
Nathan
Bago siya
Joe.
maging rap sa budol.
Nathan Joe.
Nathan Cho. Shout out sa'yo from Etibak. Jojo Chung and the cutoff with ace 5. I don't think it's gonna...
Yeah, it's not. He's held on this long.
Yeah.
Why is he gonna
Right.
do this when anyone else could bust June and he would
10.
jump up one pay?
Fold 7.
Delphine Idol, good. Maraming salamat. Pero actually, si Pasing, pag naririnig niya tayong dalawa, coach, gusto niya yung boses mo kaysa sa boses.
That's because she uses her voice all the time. She's sick of it.
Probably.
Every day.
every minute of her waking hour.
Imagine living with James Earl Jones.
Oh, ano.
Pass the fork.
Let's have coffee.
Andy Steve. Andy.
Rest in peace, James Earl Jones. John R. J. Lord Parea, shoutout kay Berto Caimol. Parang river card kanina. Aiko Melendez.
I guess that was the River 10.
Yeah.
First to act, Dino under the gun. Might take a break here. I think the break might have done players all good in the fact they all seem you get to reset. You know, Mike Carey used to say when you just sit down, you're always playing your best poker. So everyone's even for the first 30 minutes, and then people start messing around. And it's all about that mental stamina. How long can you play your best game?
Ngayon lang ilang bakit, Boss Ian, alam mo naman hindi kami nainom. At saka, lagi kong ibinibida sa mga nanonood, Papa Chups, the best ang pagkain dyan. Tan Puluts. Pwede na raw kami sa sisig eh.
Chicharon Bulaklak. But Joe's all in with pocket
Oy,
threes.
oy, oy.
Will is isolated him with Ace King off, and Rusty, we've seen him play jacks passively. Certainly, he's not gonna play these sevens aggressively against Will Ismael of all people.
Well, he folded. He flatted with jack.
Flat jacks folded to 2 overs. With the
Yeah.
sevens, I mean, what reason does he have to believe that he's gonna have a better hand than Will?
Hit 8.
Oh, he does have a better
Oh
hand.
my God! And Mark
Wow.
Jaud with the jacks.
What do you do here, Jester, with the jacks? Are you looking at a pay jump? You're saying maybe we'll bust 2 people and I move up?
I'm seriously contemplating if I'm in this spots folding here, because there's a chance for two pay jumps.
Yeah, so it's 2 pay jumps or quadruple up.
Pinakamaliit, parang first out. Ganun.
5 seconds.
Yeah, he's looking. Look, even if he busts out, he finishes ahead of Joe, so that's a pay jump.
Yes.
So it's a bit of a semi-free roll here, meaning he can mix in here, bust out, and as long as Joe also busts out, he gets his pay jump
But
anyway.
this is the mental part of this game. When you're
He
carded,
also has more than Rusty, so he's
Yes.
actually pay jumping twice.
Right.
Even as long as Will wins.
yes. But this is the mental part of the tournament grind. When you're carded, ito yung tinatawag na ginto na yan.
Oh, for me it looks great. At the final table, I'm short stack. Sometimes you look at pocket ace and you think
Yes.
this is the best hand I'm ever gonna get.
He might
But
seriously.
that's a legit question. The fact that he has more chips than the other 2 gentlemen means he can bust and still get a pay jump.
Yes, I think that is what he's considering. He's
That
looking at the
is
pay jump right
quite
now.
important. He's gonna get 30,000 if Will scoops this. But what if it doesn't scoop? I've seen pots like this where all the short stacks survive.
Yes.
And suddenly you're out and no pay jump.
And he's thinking he can even win over Will. Well, he doesn't know what Will has, but there's a big chance.
Which means side pot.
Yeah,
But Rusty's stack is so close to his, he has to beat Rusty too.
that's right.
Just figure, look, Joe can win, I can take a side pot, and I get those 2 guys, I'll still have 2.4 million. he can win more than he can lose, but it's so dependent on whether or not he's already crushed.
This is already a three-way
Last 30 seconds.
jam
Rusty goes all in. Showdown on Mark.
pre-flop,
This-
and it's
this
gonna
is-
be four-way if Mark decides.
It's a very interesting decision worth talking about later, regardless of what he does now. He's out of time banks.
Yeah, if he
10 seconds.
pag naubos yung
Oh,
oras niya,
they
it's gonna be
counter- yeah,
declared
the
dead.
dealer is counting him out. She's gonna kill his hand. 3, 2.
Na-pressure na, ayun na, sige na.
This is very debatable. I mean, I like folding. I also like joining.
Yeah. Parang either ways, I don't know. Parang ako leaning ako to fold.
There's a lot of scenarios where he busts and gets a page up.
Leaning ako to fold.
There's a scenario where he wins the whole thing.
Ace king of suit.
Shoutout sa'yo, Jose, Rene, Echavarria, Combachero.
Now,
Debbie.
he's got the other two players crushed,
Ace king is good.
but
Yes.
the bad news is the guy who can bust him is the guy who's flipping, who's got the best chance.
Right.
You can see 32% will scoop the spot and do everybody a favor.
Will wins, we have a three-player bust out and a three-level pay jump. So who's liking this match? Those players
Everybody
who
who's
are
folded
not
is rooting
in
for
this
Will
hand,
right now.
yes.
Happens.
That is clean
Jack's
for the
looking
Jacks.
Five of diamonds.
And you know when the rags come, you start
Yes.
thinking, well, no more rags are coming.
That's right.
Mark down held.
Two outer for Jojo Chung, two outer for
This could be-
Rusty.
This could be the hand that made Mark. Oh no! It's okay for Mark though. It is the
Yes,
shortest
it's the
stack.
shortest stack, but Jojo Chung looking to quadruple up.
Mark did factor this into his decision that
Yes.
Jojo could win, but he would still gain. So he did gain 410,000.
68.
That's right. So,
Rusty is a casualty there.
Live na live yung
yes. Cebu's Pride. Rusty Ko out at 7th place. He gets 67,500 plus a main event seat to the upcoming Philippine Poker Millions worth 55,000. We're down to 6.
A little
player.
adventurous, personally for me, a little adventurous with the sevens there.
Parang pwede rin siyang tumapon.
I mean, it's a legit puzzle for the Jacks.
Yes.
But I think Rusty with the sevens.
Would have been, yeah. Alright. David Sumaol, shout out to Team Kasap Sampaloc watching from Hong Kong. Happy watching sa inyo. Hindi pala Sumaol, Sumawi.
6 players left. Sorry, I think my audio's popping, so apologies for that. I definitely know that the mic might be too close, especially when we get excited.
Especially me. What with my voice.
Your mic is like, it could be 2 meters away from you, it would still be too loud.
Okay, so we're down to 6 players now. Will took a hit there. Considerable hit din kay Will, no?
Oh yeah, about 1.3 million. And it's not like he was sitting at 7, he was sitting on 4.2.
That's right.
So
So
he's
he's
got a
down to
little
2
over
million.
2. Yeah, a little over 2 right now, and it's a spot he wants to get out of.
Ayok na ubos yung time bank ko sa pocket jack.
Nagbilang ako eh. Pero eh. Nanalo ka pa kuya o talo pa? Talagay na yun.
Panalo pa siya.
Konti ano?
He won 400,000 on the side pot.
Jojo Chung. What a time for him to get the favor from the poker gods.
500. 66.
This is now he's raising. This is the most chips he's had all day,
Yes.
Gold 67.
and now he's raising, and he's gonna get some respect. He's held on this long and
Gold 61.
managed to pick up some ammunition.
Jack 8 suited for Dino.
I see him defending here.
He doesn't want to Probably thinking that, well, you're running good right now.
Guy's
That's
on a
not-
heater.
I don't want to. All right, Alex Garcia, shout out to Wang Claudio Garcia. We are learning so much poker from the commentators. Good job. Thank you, sir. If you pick up any useful, I'm sure you're gonna pick up a lot of useful
No,
insights from Coach Ron from
I
the
disagree a little bit. You're not learning it from us. You're learning it from these
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, we're just
We're just adding sauce to it.
yeah, that's right, that's right. And let me just those people are asking, it's a final table. Why are we seeing still players playing in the background? That's the last event, side event of this series. That's a 200,000 guaranteed closer, and it's down to three tables, I think, or four.
I had this cough here because I thought I would need it, but as the way the game has been playing,
Yeah,
I didn't need it
me
at
too.
all.
You know me. I've always had difficulty with my sleep pattern, and
I thought you had difficulty staying awake on a poker table.
June, I'm sick. Gonna take advantage of his position.
Yeah,
Hold it to him.
The position and the stack size, this stage
That's
of the
right.
tournament, it's kind of like the easy part. When this is your stack, that your hands play themselves, don't really need to make
Sometimes,
big decisions.
actually, I don't know if this is true for other players, but this is true for me. Sometimes when I'm in that spot, it's easier for me to navigate. My hands, my range, and
No, we did
game
talk
is
about
so
this before.
defined.
As one of your major leagues is when you chip up,
Yes, exactly.
you want to go back to your comfort zone, and that's why
Exactly.
you blow your stacks. Now you're
Exactly.
back in your short stack comfort zone
Yes,
because there's less decisions.
exactly.
But you want to run a big company, you want to be able to face more decisions. So do you want to be the mailroom guy or you want to be CEO?
But well, but right now with of course you learn along the way. You'd wanna really. That's why it's hard for me to.
Now remember, my best friend actually did want to be the mailroom guy. Just want to clock in, clock out, go home,
Yeah, go
take his
home.
little wins.
Fold 10.
Rogelio Nicanor, shout out brother John Smith, Rusty pa tayo. Oh, GG. GG, Rustico, Pampato ng Cebu. Dino's not yet done.
500. 3.
Quick it up. A little more than a min race, 500. Raf again with the inferior version of the controversial hand. A small blind this time. It's a button race. King 10 normally plays well, but you got the big blind to consider. But Joe's not very frisky.
Yeah.
So as a small blind, I figure I can call here and
Fold to 5.
and get Joe to just call behind.
I was talking to Ralph earlier, as I mentioned, and he told me that he consulted with some of the more experienced
Keep 6.
players, and it was a unanimous decision that the move there should have been a
Check
Check,
jam.
raise, jam.
Check jam.
check jam.
Check. 6. Check. Fold check.
And if you're not result oriented, you can say that. But if you check jam and lose, then you then you can be result oriented and say
And when he
"I was
told me
wrong."
when he told me his reasoning, he said he's playing for bigger money. Then no question about it. And so I just said, well, then you could have folded pre-flop.
3 bet.
But
350.
he was hoping for a king 10 flop.
Oh, why
Or
why did the dealer say, "Oh, C3"? She said C3 bet. I heard 3 bet. I go, that's not a 3 bet. C3 bet.
C3. Yes.
All right, so Dino takes this down as the board blanks out.
Blinds and antis.
He's really been like maybe the only guy really working the post-flop game here.
Because he can afford to.
can afford to and
Other than him,
get
it's
there.
Rap, and the rest are just most probably enough.
Well, for Will, nobody really messes with him.
Well, Will is one person that I know he can still navigate with his stack to try and chip up.
Yeah, there was a brilliant training exercise conceived by the genius Mr. Energy to put players with random size stacks in nine-handed tables, just so
Uh-huh.
they could simulate final table appearances. So it was a tourney that you buy into, but it's just RNG. What kind of stack you're gonna get?
Oh, that's a good one.
It's a really great idea and
How
a
is he,
really
by the
good
way?
training game. Last I checked, he looked exactly the same.
He still plays?
Oh,
'Cause
no,
I haven't
hardly
seen him.
plays. He plays badminton, would you believe?
Oh, wow. We're really being haunted by the King 10 spades.
Here we go. Now Dino's
Now,
got it. And
Dino's
it's just
showing us how you play it with a big stack. With a
disgusting
13,
amount.
how you play King 10 suited with 14 million, sitting on 14 million
Yeah,
chips.
let's just play for all your chips, not all my chips.
5.5.
5.5 covers everyone but Rap.
Magandang gabi sa'yo, Revolver Kid.
Fold 5.
From our YouTube live chat, happy watching. Everybody's folding as expected,
Gonna
unless
come
you look
down
at
to-
Ace King or King. Oh, William
Wow,
is there.
what did Will have?
William is there.
Ace Queen, he
Ace
reads it right. Wide range.
Dino and
GTO says,
Dino.
take it to the races.
King 10 of spades.
Not for anything, but I hope
whereas
Will wins
Ace
this hand.
Queen of diamonds.
He's ahead.
You wouldn't
Just-
be
just
alone.
so I-
just
I-
for the sense of justice, you
Yeah.
want the hand that's ahead to stay ahead, but then it wouldn't be poker.
Plus,
So-
I want to watch Will always during heads up.
10, 8, 6.
Gets out flop.
Not looking good now.
For
Will
outer.
needs to
for-
hit.
Now Dino is ahead in
Yeah.
player of 10.
For outer for the Metro Team Pro.
This will be like the Boston Celtics busting out of the Eastern Conference
Put a queen
if
there.
Will does not hit it.
Turn 7 on diamonds.
Wow.
GG.
We say goodbye to Will Ismael.
Yeah, William Ismail bust out at 6th place. He gets 77,500 in cash prize plus a main event seat worth 55,000.
And that's what you call swing and a miss.
Too bad. And now,
Short stack kayo.
who can pose?
Who's made more money than Joe?
Stack na kayo ah.
Who had next to nothing. And something bad would be sick to watch right now. You're seeing that Joe's still in it.
And he might just end up battling it heads up against Dino.
No one. That's not the result that nobody saw coming.
Yeah.
Would be if it was Joe and Dino heads up. But
Gab Marcelino. Shout out to Ace Seng Daizone watching from White House.
the two short stacks we've been watching, waiting the bus from the beginning. If I was a player at the table, would have been Mark and Joe.
Mark and Joe.
And they're
yeah,
both still
exactly,
here.
and both are still there.
5 players remain.
Which makes the case tight is right.
550 raise.
Used to be tightest, right? Now
Look
it's
at
like
this.
tight is okay.
Look at this. Junam Sik haven't finished putting his raise, and
One of the-
instantly Dino 3 bets him
One
almost
of those
all and puts him all.
situations. Can I take my chips back?
Win 5 million bilis nun ah.
You think June is gonna go with it? He's bet a third of it, quarter of his stack.
He will first look at the stack of the others. How much? Well, he's gonna take into consideration.
Insta 3 bet.
10.
Baka
Feed him to the middle.
Baka sumugal, pero hindi eh. Balikatan sila ng stack ni Mark Jaud.
June can fold and still make moves.
And with the confidence, with the manner that Dino re-raised him,
Yeah, it's not great. It's not even ace high here.
maybe he can still find a fold here.
I think June is so close to the higher payouts that he's more likely to fold.
Yeah.
He might see himself as having more experience than, say, Mark,
Yes.
and so thinking he can outlast him, Mark and Joe.
No gamble, no future.
I don't think he raised 450 because that would have been impossible.
He's trying to convince in his pep
Has
talk
to be-
himself.
He's called. He's only called, then that means he still has 400k behind.
Oh, wow. Gaba? Okay.
Interesting choice.
Yeah.
Well, what do you do now? It's a complete miss, and you know Dino's betting whatever.
Dino's not folding to anything.
All in.
Yeah, there you
Of
go.
course.
Kaya yung tanong ko talaga ba, ganun din yung gagawin mo sa flop But should have realized wala namang fold equity na yung natitira
Oh, if he
sa'yo
sees an ace and he wants to fold, then he'll have 400,000, but it's still kind of
Okay.
weird. A king has been folded. It's a two-outer.
So June, I'm sick of Metro Team Fruits.
Gonna try to pull a king
yeah.
out of the deck. That's not the one. One of those two remaining kings.
Yes! Yes! You win!
Well, he did hit a pair.
Cancel! 50 kilos.
50 kilos cancel.
Yeah, 20. You think?
June, I'm sick.
20 million?
Exits at 5th place. He gets close to a 6-digit payout, 97,500.
My spot now, you know?
Dino is just bang bang, busting players.
On top of June's cash payout
The mark daw.
is a main event seat worth 55,000.
Sis 9 na siya.
And don't look now, but Joe is guaranteed 142,500.
Dito din.
Mandy, Yaptin
So is
Chai,
Mark.
Medel, shoutout Boss Rolly, congrats pa din. Correct, you're correct. Jojo Chung, grinding is
And Mark,
way
I
up
mean,
to higher
we don't have the privilege of even seeing Mark at this table. It's as if he's not
Exactly.
here, but he is here, and he's also guaranteed.
So tight is right so far.
Tight is okay. It's not quite a good slogan. Tight is right is a better slogan.
Drunken Master, if you had to send 5 Pinoy poker players to represent Philippines sa WSOP main event, sino papadala nyo? Hindi lang 5. Ang dami na nga nasa WSOP
I would
ngayon.
go with the usual five
Yeah,
with
you
that
send
old debate.
20,
You gotta send,
25.
you send the Chief, you send Chukation, Lester, you send Flo, you send Jojo Tech. These are the 5.
750. Ray, 750. Hold, dito 9.
If you could send 6, you'd send Jester Incha because someone needs to cover.
750.
I think I'm the
someone
next.
Someone needs to drive,
I
carry the bags.
I think I'm the next. What's his name?
Andy's
Chris Moneymaker.
You're the next moneymaker. Then play the 30 peso satellite for the Philippine Poker Millions. That will be your story. That's interesting. It's the first time I've seen the plaques stacked that way. And you can only do that
Sideways.
if you have that much.
Yeah. Oy, may Kuya Putoy is watching. Zardy, Earl Dale Rivera. Get well soon. Good recovery. I heard you're recovering well. Always in my prayers, brother. Gonna see you soon. Pocket 4 for Mark Jaud. Anong nickname ng Force?
Sailboats.
Oh yeah, that's sailboats.
All in.
Sailboats. Kasi for sale. For sailboats.
1 point.
They look like sails.
Yeah, they look like. Queen 9 suited for Dino. Can he
I
make
think
a
he
loose
like
call
him-
like this? Yes, he
Yeah,
does.
he might just
Oh no,
oblige.
I thought he
he's-
verbalized.
He's gonna let Ralph make this decision.
I thought he verbalized.
Dina's been successfully nickel and diming, so not gonna do that with
So he's
Queen
not gonna,
nine.
yeah, he's not gonna, rely on runouts when he can take it post flop.
Although he has benefit from the runouts,
That's right. Also.
only because he got trapped in it. $30 million chips in play, a little more than that. And Dino has 18 of those.
Sabi ni Val Libramonte Jr., nice try pa din, Kuya June. Team Metro Fruits. Ayun na. Nabuhay na yung Team Metro. Metro Team Fruits.
Baka naman gusto kunin ni Jun yung mga buko namin sa Quezon.
Yung buko, laging ubos yan pag bagong taon. Pag summer.
I think you should
Doesn't
open
get-
shove this.
Doesn't get easier.
Dino, gonna try to make it look like a button steal. Hoping to get 3-bet or at least get called. But Joe has been very tight. Has played next to no hands.
Nako.
But this is one he'll play. He might get the 3-bet he is looking for.
Ilan stack niya yung Jojo Chu?
Jester, you know Joe.
Alam mo, hindi ako
Eh,
magulat pag
does he
i-3-bet
have a-
jam to ni Jojo, ah.
Yeah, that's what
Hindi
I
ako
was,
magugulat, ah.
I
I
was
mean, I'm
gonna
not gonna
ask
be
you.
surprised if he 3-bet jams this.
it feels like calling is just
Yeah, but if he
Too
considers, he can also flat, but if...
3 days.
okay. Well,
Well,
let's see how
that's
fast.
better.
Let's see how fast Dino composes the 4-bet.
All in.
He does. That's pretty fast. Within 5 seconds, he's 4-bet shoved. Look, Joe folded when he put half his stack in. This time
Oh, he
he's
makes the
not.
call.
He's called
Okay.
it. He's called it with ace jack.
Well, 3 outer for him. The table is short-handed. His 3 aces are very much alive.
Gonna have to look for that proverbial and literal ace on the river.
Rojan Ral, si Boss Joben na out pang 12th place.
Pocket kings for Dino.
So Jojo Chung, tournament life is on the line against the chip leader. 3 outer for him. There's
Boom. Right there on the flop.
the ace he wants to
And
see.
that's why I called, some people call them cowboys, I call them ace magnets. And Joe is poised to make it all the way
Yes.
to maybe even heads up.
All right, so Jojo Chung
Looking-
doubles up to 6.7 million.
Looking really
Ang
good
hirap
right now.
tamaan na nun, ha? Unmade hand in a 4-handed table.
Well,
Medyo masikip na rin yun.
30.
Just like you said, in a short-handed game, is that the right math? 65% unmade hand will not hit board?
well, the only thing that's true, no matter how many players at the table, is you're gonna hit your hand 35%. But in that case, it was about 17% because hitting the jack would not have mattered.
Yes.
He had to hit the ace.
Still untouched, 15 million for the Irish player.
Pub
Who's
pasta.
from
I
Italy.
don't know if that's gonna catch on.
What?
Pub pasta.
Pub pasta. David Tanchan says kapag nag-champion pa yung si Jose, ewan ko na lang talaga. Well, pwede talaga.
Can happen, you know.
Can happen. Not
Any-
far-fetched.
anybody-
And Jojo Chung has binked several big tournaments in the past. He certainly can do that.
Look, he just hit a 3-outer, so between that and also playing a little bit better now that he has chips.
Raise 500. Sit 3.
Ace 3 up for Dino, raising it to...
Yeah, it's 4-handed. He's probably raising every
Yeah.
hand. Raph is not going to spend a time bank to fold this. Just be counting out the clock. You hear the buzzer, signifying he already. He might owe a time card. No, he doesn't.
Judy Aranon, shoutout kay Edgar Kiblat, the best RTA. Jojo Chung with Queen 9 on the small blind, suited diamonds.
See, he's feeling lucky now. It's suited, slightly connected.
Yeah, when he
He's
has the
coming up
chips,
with-
when he has the chips, his calling range would really,
And you know,
widen.
there's a rock, paper, scissors phenomenon on poker where the way to beat a super aggressive player is to be a call center.
Yeah,
And so these are the kryptonites against a super aggressive player.
and that's holding true right now with Jose Jojo
I think
Chung
I
outflopping
think he's
Dino
gonna,
here.
He's gonna lead out here, which makes it easy for Dino to get out.
Hold. 600.
David Tanchan, plot twist, si Jose ang champ.
That's right.
Pwede, si Jeffrey Carlos, si Jojo pa mag-chop dyan.
I'm pretty
Doon
sure
pa lang sa set niya. Four-way.
any odds makers in the chat can now revise the odds.
Yeah.
Give Joe some love.
Isaiah Luis rooting for Jose from quadruple up on his pocket 3.
That was the one, the full
Minsan
house.
yun ang mga sign na ikaw yung paparating for you to win a 4-way.
Yeah.
Di ba?
The card saying, stay here. Got something in store for you.
Tom Seb says, go Philippines.
Makes sense. He's rooting for the Celtics because he's from Ireland, and
The Irish luck. The luck of the
luck
Irish.
of the Irish.
Good luck, players.
There we go. Another deal. Four-handed. 4 players remain. 4 out of 1,216 entries. Raf looks fresh. Like he doesn't look like a guy who's been playing for days.
You should have seen me in my 6th bullet in the main event.
Sit, six, raise.
There you go. It's the hand that blessed him with a double up. Now he's got the dealer button. Raise it to 1 million. More than 3x that one. Mark's not playing.
Sit, nine, fold.
You know, the players like Mark, like I honestly envy their patience.
It's easy to be patient when you keep getting Queen 5 offsuit.
Sit, three, fold.
The true test of patience is if you keep getting dealt small pocket pairs and
Yes, and
suited wheel aces.
Right.
Those things will make you bleed, and it's always like min-raised coming to you.
I've simplified my approach to that. Fold early pause, folded to me, jam late pause.
With those
Like-
hands, the small pairs in the suited wheels.
On say 10 BB below. Just to simplify my thought process, it helps me not be too speculative.
Let's see if Joe's got a gear change here. He's only played hands that have an ace.
Sit, six, fold.
Playing that one, Mark.
Mark still.
Told you, I just told you, Queen 5 suited.
Yeah.
Every time.
Sit, nine, fold.
Yep, and this is pretty standard for Dino. To threaten the guy with the most to lose. Well, he's not the guy with the most to lose. I think Joe has more chips than him.
Come on, Pablo. GG June. Let's go, Dino.
Dino card.
Yeah, give him back the 8 high. Mark holding on, trying to get what looks like a 90,000 peso pay jump.
Really?
Yes, sir, 90,000.
Oh, yes. Wow.
Is
So that's
what-
more reason
That's what
for
you get. That'll give you patience. Look, if I wait long enough and something hits the fan,
That's right.
I might end up 90,000 pesos richer.
Manny Magat. Sino naka-out kay Boss William Ismael? Si Dino Sabatini. Ace Queen versus King 10? Was that King 10?
It was definitely King High. No, it was was it dominated?
Never mind.
No, because I think he outflopped with the
It
10.
hit him with a 10.
Yeah.
Could have been King
So
10.
King 10.
Nine, fold. All in. Sit,
King
six,
Queen again for Dino.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Rap.
Now let's see that strategy come into play. You did have a conversation with him
You're very lucky.
where he's gonna.
Huh?
You're very lucky with your.
Not against you. You're very lucky
Wow.
against me.
Putting all the pressure.
Maximum pressure. So we'll call with this. And it didn't turn out well. So Rav is holding on to that strategy where he's gonna pick the lower variant spots. And I don't know what Joe's thinking about.
I
it.
don't blame Rap folding that Ace Queen.
Yeah, it's this close. There's a micro stack. Not really micro, really short one. Yeah, that's a micro. Less than 3 bigs.
The Chief even folded pocket queens.
Yeah, you're not gonna.
With board pa yun.
Well,
Because of
that was
ICM
scary board though.
pressure.
That was 3 barrels on a double paired board.
Right. So
Pair of 6, pair of 7s.
that Ace Queen fold, that's okay. No need to lose sleep over that. Especially he knows what, like I said, I was talking to him earlier, he knows his goal
Yeah, he's got a game
he's
plan,
got a
so
plan
he stuck
go.
to it.
Yeah, that's
You gotta
steer
respect that. You're not gonna know if the game plan works if you don't see it through.
That's right. He's gonna open with this.
Yeah, for Dino, the game plan is just
Raise.
attack.
You know, like I said, whenever we were talking about this, how when you play aggressive, when you have the stack, you open 10 times, you get clicked back twice or
Yeah,
thrice,
it's
you
still
still
worth it.
get
Still
7.
worth it.
7 out of 10. So that's how you do it.
Yeah, back in the online world, that's when you say you're just playing your HUD. If the guy folds 90%, then you're raising him every single time.
Should this be a jam for Mark?
I think it should, given the open range of
he's
Dino.
been seeing.
Even just ace high stands to be ahead a lot of times. He says, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah, let's go. Gonna risk it against your 4-5. He's gonna be happy to see he's ahead, but again at the mercy of the run out.
Yeah, a hit is a hit.
Yeah.
So let's see.
So Mark Jaud,
Mark just wants to hold
he
out.
should be happy with the pay jumps he's experienced already.
Yeah,
But if it can be helped, he can extend his stay in
barely making his presence felt, but making way more
the money
than half the final table.
So Mark Jaud all in with his first tournament live. Ace-7 suited against the 5-4 of Dino Sabatini.
It's looking really good here because if the board pairs twice with cards bigger than 4 or 5, it's just over. And
Ace.
ace mints it.
Uh-oh,
Little
still
bit of a
sweat.
sweat.
A little bit of sweat. 4 and a 5.
Gotta dodge 3 outs. Mark's gonna double up most of the time.
No clubs in play for both players.
Still looking good. It's not crystal clear, but it's pretty clear.
He's gonna double up. Doubles up to 3.1. That's good for 10 bigs.
Yeah,
A little over 10
just like
bigs.
Joe, it's the best shape he's been in all day.
Yes.
And here comes the slow distribution of the monster stack as it is being handed out to the remaining players.
What do you think is the threshold of Dino? I mean,
to
as
change
far
gear?
as changing style, based on
I'm thinking when,
how much he's gonna lose.
as long as he's chip leader, I think maybe 10, 11 million,
Yeah.
and then try something different.
I
But
think so too.
right now it's going to be like, let's try to bust guys. I went from 18 to 14, but he had 2 shots to bust somebody.
Stop mo na. Hindi na stop yung timer.
Oh, we didn't really see the players call for a break. What's going on?
And
here?
we were just advised by our back end people that they're doing a recount of chips. I think
Right.
they saw some discrepancy.
Notice a little
with the
bit
actual count and what we're posting
Yeah, even earlier in the hand where there was supposed to be a side pot to, that was worth 1.2, but the graphic only showed a gain of 400. So these things happen because,
here. All right.
you know,
And we're gonna take this opportunity to announce to those people who's asking after this, what's next? It's gonna be a 400,000 guaranteed Metro Weekend special this weekend for Metro. It's gonna start on Friday, Saturday, and ends on Sunday. Tomorrow, Metro will go back to its regular programming, daily tournaments. And again, if you haven't done so, mga kaibigan, pakihanap nyo po yung official Facebook page ng Philippine Poker Millions sa Facebook. Yun yung pangalan niya, Philippine Poker Millions. Ito po ang pinakamalaki na homegrown. Pag sinabi nating homegrown, yung talagang dito binuo sa atin. Historical to because this is the first time na ang isang homegrown tournament will guarantee 50 million pesos or $1 million. And this is a collaborative effort ng iba't ibang card rooms. You have Wild Aces sa Pampanga, you have Prime Poker in Manila, you have Masters Poker, you have 9D, you have
Red Dragon's in the mix.
Red Dragon.
They do run satellites on Thursdays.
yes. And you have, I think, the card rooms in the south like Voyager, Metro Card Club Davao, uh, King's Card Club, they might be holding satellites and even online. If you'll have a hard time traveling or malayo kayo, you can play at online. You have GG Poker.
Yeah, GG
Who's
Poker.
actually gonna do a day one online.
Online day one, it's the best thing you can hope for because if you win a satellite, that's cool, but you still have to travel with no guaranteed payout. If you play on online day one and you qualify, you're traveling to the day two already in the money.
Yes, at least pag naglaro kayo ng online, hindi na sayang yung biyahe.
From the comfort of your home, see if you
Yes,
qualify.
yes,
If you
yes.
don't like the online day one, because that will cost you the full 55,000, you can play online satellites on X Poker for as low as 30 pesos.
Also, if you
It's not
want,
even-
yan, yun na nga,
hindi
cheap
man lang
way.
show pa yun eh.
Cheap way. You check out X Poker. They're doing step 1, step 2 satellites.
$30.
Yeah, you check out Bet88 Poker also. They're also doing satellites for cheap buy-ins.
All right, looks like we got some.
Clive is
updating.
commenting only 800 up top for a 6 million tournament. We've explained the reason for that already. 9 seats worth 55,000 were given out, and 18 seats, satellite seats worth 12,000 were also given out. That is in support of the Philippine Poker Millions, and
Yeah,
you know,
all
I don't
roads-
see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, all
actually,
roads are
honestly.
leading up to it because you're gonna make your money here, you're gonna get your trophy, but still, like some people want to play the WSOP. They're not, of course, they're dreaming to win it, but just to experience
That's right.
playing a milestone event.
That's right.
There we go. We got ourselves a new blind level: 150,000, 300,000, 440,000 antes. 4 players left.
So Jojo Chung puts his 7.7 million, a little over 20 bigs. 22 to be exact.
Tell you what, he's played every hand with an ace. Wow, Dino
Give them back to me.
daring him to give him back. Maximum pressure, 6.9
Dino
million.
trying to
It's a weak ace. Jojo's gonna have to read the player here because his hand is not good enough. He's gonna have to.
Lose ace 3.
Nice.
trying to stop Jojo Chung from further or raising his blinds in the future with
Wow, Dino talked him out of it. But you gotta take notes when a player likes to talk. You gotta remember the little clues, especially if shown his hands. Which table talk is strong, which table talk is weak. Personally, if someone challenges me, looks me right in the eye and says, "Give my chips back to me," I don't think he has aces. Because you would not be trying to intimidate me if you wanted me to call. But that is maximum pressure, and that's why that move works.
yes.
Jojo fought from the brink to get all those chips, close to 7 million. He's not gonna give it up in one go. Oh, he's only played with an ace in hand, so this does not qualify. And it's back to the garbage can where Mark picks up most of his hands. Dino's all in blind versus blind. He's keeping this fairly simple, but see, like you said, if he's gonna gain chips from these uncontested pots, he's gonna get back up to
Right.
16 million and then take another shot at busting the shorter stacks.
Yes.
Expect nothing less from
So
Dino
what
Sabatini.
should be if you're, because different stack size, different threshold against the onslaught of Dino Sabatini. So if you're short stack like
That's a short
Mark, bottom of your threshold would be
Mark is the man. Like I wouldn't want to bully. He's
Yes, 'cause
he's
you
the
need
reason.
him.
Yeah, he's the reason Dino can pick
Right,
on
right,
Raf
right,
and
I agree.
Jojo. As long as Mark is around. You bust Mark, those two guys might start playing back at you. Meanwhile, Mark is at that threshold where he'll call you. Under the gun, offsuit Jack 9. Thinking about it, he's about to take a blind, but this is not a great hand. And
Or you might just play to his table image.
he's got a big stack that has shown he will not hesitate to try to bust you, especially 2 million. So Dino makes the move, all in from the dealer button.
So you're giving me a
You call
double
ace
up.
queen. You call ace queen. No problem.
You're giving me a double up. Okay.
Sit.
Success once again. Dino gets another 570,000. If players are going to fold 80% of the time, then this is profitable for Dino to keep doing this. Eventually, he might trip up, and it might cost him 5 million. But most of the time, that's not going to happen, so he's playing those numbers. As you say, one misstep, pag makatapak, then he will change gear. But until then, it's just keeping the maximum pressure on the two players who have the most to lose. He's not doing that to Mark, he's doing it to Raph and Jojo.
Sabi ni Dinver, go tell, kakaganyan ni Dino, baka mauna pa ma-out yan.
Let's see.
Pag inalat isang beses sa pag-all-in niya na tapat, sunod-sunod, mauna pa
Well, that's the
out
thing though. He's only doing it because he can afford it. If he doubles up, like the biggest stack right now is Jojo. He'll double him up, he'll lose 7 million. He'll still have 10 million.
You know, mukha lang maniac yung galaw ni Dino, but I believe there's actually a science to the madness,
He's just
you
playing
know.
the numbers on it.
Yeah, sabi ko nga eh, but
Mark
he
is-
knows how,
Mark is all into
What
call,
he's
but
doing.
he's not doing it with 10 high.
yeah.
So if just looking at how this plays out in a simulation, it's gonna make money.
Deuce Charles beautifully put it, ICM jail.
Right? Wow, nice. Very nice.
Yun.
Raph and Jojo
ICM
cannot
jail.
move while Mark is there. Meanwhile, Mark is so tight that he's
Yes.
also giving up, which means if you put it that way, Dino steals from everybody.
Dino can do what he's been doing nang matagal as long as Mark is there.
He's earned himself a new nickname thanks to Du Charles. He is now the ICM Warden. Cannot so much
Ba't nga ba
as
Deuce ang basa ko dito? D-U-E-C nga pala yung Deuce. This is
Dwex, Ju.
Du Charles. Du Charles.
Okay, Raph, what's the move here?
What's the nines again?
Oh,
Nickname
what was
for
the
the nines?
pocket nines? Didn't even remember that.
Cloud9.
What, red balloons?
Pwede. Or German Luftballons.
Six
Open
loose
jam
balloons?
for
Yeah, open
Rav.
jam.
Doesn't want to get, played back.
That's right. Does not want to face a 3-bet. Does not want to get outplayed post flop.
Sit 3 fold.
That's it.
That's the way to do it.
Treading water, getting some back.
So Mark, after doubling up earlier, now back again to being grinded down.
That's what happens if you still believe in tight is right. You gotta change that slogan, but still make it sound sexy. But it would be more accurate to say, with tight you might.
Yeah.
But there's no guarantee anymore. You gotta have that gear change.
Jose Ramon Ramos is saying, I like what he's doing, but maybe just raise instead of all in. All hands that will fold facing an all in will also fold facing a raise, hindi ba? Not necessarily.
Not quite. He doesn't
Not
want to
quite,
open
not
himself
quite,
up to
yeah.
a 3-bet. So if he raises a standard 600,
Yes.
and Raph decides to make a move, a rare one given his stable image, but he might steal that 600 away.
I agree. If we wanted to grind the table, maximum pressure, just jam all in.
Blind versus blind. He's jammed every hand blind versus blind. He's going to change it up now because he's probably looking to induce a 3-bet.
Yeah.
But Let's see how this works out. So that's about 800. 900. Of course, same result. Now this is about the size that our comment section was referring to. Why
Yeah.
not just 900 every time? And the reason is he could get played back.
Yes. Lolo Thunder, nice to see more tournament like this in the future. Medyo affordable yung buy-in. Good luck. Slash 4 na
Yeah, it
pala.
was what, 5,500?
Yeah, 5,500 for a 5 million guarantee.
Yeah, not bad for a 1,000.
Next Metro
1,000 to
Major, aside from the Philippine Poker Millions, the next Metro Major will be the Batang Metro.
1. We got a bottom metro before the RVS Cup.
Yeah, we'll have a Batang Metro before RVS. Or tapos na ba yung Metro? Sin-
Did we
Let
have
me
a bottom
double
metro
check that.
already?
Yeah, parang tapos na.
I think
Let
RVS
me
might be next.
RVS na
Sit
ata.
9 fold.
Mark folds a garbage hand once again on the button. Dino with a Broadway unsuited hand.
Sit 3.
Changing it up. Gonna
Yes.
go with a 900. Think you read the comment section.
Batang Metro 6 million guarantee, that's gonna happen in October. And RVS will be on
Okay, let's
November.
test the theory. He's raised to 800. You know, you figure Joe's almost never 3-betting you anyway. So this could be. The thing is, Joe could call here and then create a few problems post flop. But Dino's willing to play this post flop in position against Joe, who I have not seen really play a lot of flops. Is Joe kind of a fit or fold guy, or is he a guy who can float out of position?
What happened here?
Yes,
Raised
Joe,
to
Joe,
800.
yeah, Joe just defending the big blind, and I haven't really seen him play in this kind of situation.
But at some
so
point, he will make a stand against the
Like-
onslaught of Dino.
we've seen him donk out when he hits it, like he might donk out here,
Yeah,
Sit 6
he will
Uh,
check raise this.
but if he completely misses,
Sit 3 bet 1 million.
oh, nice spot for number of options. Check call,
6 call.
1 million. That is
If
a
Dino
big
spikes
bet.
his card here,
He's going for the fence. Not quite what he needed. Let's see if he
He's
can
gonna
fire.
check back.
Yeah, that empty second barrel.
oh,
There you go. Maximum pressure.
wow, it,
This
it
would
might
be-
just work.
This would be a godly call from Jojo.
It might just work.
The
Again,
board is so wet though, but then again, you're still standing on just a pair of sevens. You're losing
There
the
you
eights, nines,
go.
tens.
what
Wow.
made that happen? Mark Jaud.
You're right though.
Wow.
You're not busting ahead of
That's
Mark.
the reason why it's tough to play post flop. If you're not really
Yeah, you gotta be
set
decisive.
on-
Like
yeah.
Dino is decisive. It's like I'm gonna keep pressuring him till he gives up.
That's the reason they should realize that. Kakabasa ko lang. Big shout out to my friend from Washington.
Washington
Den
and
Q,
Makati.
no, Washington State. Yeah. 3 o'clock ng madaling araw doon. Shout out din sa kanyang lovely wife, Josie, na natutulog na. Ayan. Si Den Q Fernan ang kanyang.
And now short stack in the big blind. Dino with queen 5 offsuit, garbage to most players. But for him, he believes in recycling. And this little bit of garbage is gonna be put to good use. He raises under the gun. Insta fold from Raf.
Raise 900 total.
Jojo cannot defend. Let's see what Mark has. With Mark, it's pretty simple. He
Oh,
likes
yeah,
what he
this is-
has.
yeah.
He's pushing.
Of course.
Okay. He asked the question, then you know he's thinking of playing this hand.
Committed eh, no?
Again.
Go. They're committed.
Committed from the big blind? I think not. So
Sit 9 all in.
easy to know that that's not a random hand.
Sit. Equal.
Dino wouldn't mind taking a shot at him. That's the problem that Raf and Jojo are facing. It's
Yes.
like either Dino takes him out or it doubles him up
Yeah.
and the jail continues.
Exactly.
The ICM warden.
So they're wishing that Dino busts out.
Yeah, not because they want to
Mark
pay
here,
jump, but
yeah.
it is they want to be able to not feel this pressure.
Right.
'Cause doubling up Mark here means nothing. Dino's going to keep doing what he's doing. Mark could double up for 3 million. He was there before and he... Oh, looking good so far for the sevens, but eights and nines pairing the board could be bad. Any pair on the board
Right.
would be bad. The sevens are an under pair. Well, there's a gut shot. So it's
Shot.
queen or 10.
Yes.
Mark can double up here. Dino won't be much the worse for wear.
All right, another double up for Mark Jaud.
You can tell Dino does not mind. He's got 17 million. Whatever he gave to Mark, Mark is going to slowly leak it back in the middle
Yes.
as he keeps waiting for a hand while Dino abuses the other two players. And those other two players aren't that far ahead of Mark now.
That's right.
I saw Bimby do this four-handed where nobody wanted to engage and all three players were dwindling at the same rate.
Yes.
To the point where I believe...
Not only are you using chips because of the blinds, you're also diminishing the value of your chips as the blinds,
yes, the blinds
rises.
rise, they just have less than what they thought they had.
Sabi ni Jude Yaranon, naiinis na yung dalawa aside kay Mark. Well, ang ano na lang nila, I think ang mindset na lang nila is get the cards that I can 3-bet jam with and open up ano. Kaya nga, I
Yeah, but
really don't...
what are those cards? That's
Yeah,
the question.
exactly.
Is King Queen those cards? Is King Jack those cards?
If it's me, I would put the bottom of my range sa King Queen.
Any ace and King Queen?
Yeah. Kaya I'm not really a fan of the post-flop play ni Jojo Chung against
Unless you're
Dino.
gonna commit to it.
Yeah, unless, that's
You know
exactly right.
where if you hit, you're just gonna go with it.
But we've seen him put half of stack pre-flop and fold on the flop.
Seen
So
it once.
if that's to
Seen
speak,
it once.
that's to speak of his mindset.
Mark should be playing here against his donor.
Just
Well, you don't need to tell if he's all in. Yeah, there's no need. Mark only plays pocket pairs and high aces.
Sit 3 fold.
Little sign of life from Mark.
Sit 3 fold.
Hagio Atade
Fold.
rooting for Mark. Adonis Clubs. Boss Just Recall, fold mo din yung Ace Queen ni Ralph dahil sa ICM. Opo, baka. I mean, maganda pa kasi yung stock ni Ralph. Hindi naman siya in danger pa eh. Mas angat pa siya. At that time mas mataas pa siya kay, kay Jojo.
No, there was a 2.8 BB stack, I think,
Yeah.
at that time.
Eh lalo na ako tinanong nyo ako si pataas presyo. I'm gonna milk every last drop of payout I can get.
That's how you play when you sell your action to 47 people. Kailangan mo bayaran
Exactly.
lang. All right, Jojo Jack 9. The captain's baton is firmly in the hands of Dino Sabatini, the Italian from Ireland. Let's see.
Again, look at this. He's
Yeah,
thinking
Jojo's gonna try it out. Take that baton from him. Stare him in the face and say, "I am the captain now." Let's see if this works. Similar hand.
he might rest.
Right. Initiative.
Because that's the second time that Jojo raised. So I think he's thinking maybe he's learned his lesson.
Very, very rare, but here's a hand you can defend from the big blind, except Jojo's made it 1 million. It's not 600K. It's very pricey. Rap will defend. I figure any hit, and he's gonna beat Jojo to the middle of the pot. And if that hit is a jack, there will be bloodshed. 7, 8, 8. Interesting. Let's see if Jojo can.
Who wants it more will win.
Sit 6 check.
Ooh, checks his gut shot, but that's a paired ragged board. I like c-betting small there. Now, Jojo's got a flush draw.
If Rap checks this, Jojo will bet.
Raf can
Probably.
take initiative.
Sit 5
Checks
check.
it. John.
Sit 6
Oh,
check.
checks behind.
Wow, he's gonna win with Queen High. It's a disaster. Jojo
Oh.
cannot take a showdown with Jack High.
And he should realize that.
No, Raf also saying I cannot take a showdown with Queen
Exactly,
High.
also.
So now both of them realize they gotta bet at least 700k here.
Sit 5 check.
Afraid to get called by Ace High. Maybe that's what's freezing them up. It's
Exactly.
if you bet too small, Ace High will look you up. And Raf wins with Queen High. What a welcome turn of events.
I think Jojo should have bet
On the river.
on the river.
On the
hand
flop,
doesn't.
certainly worth betting
Yes, flop
because
also
it's
because
a
it
paired
sets up,
ragged
yeah.
board.
Exactly. And then let's say you gave up that chance, that triple check. At least should have.
You know, you bet the
Merit
flop,
a
you
bet
get called.
on the river.
The turn goes check, check. Maybe
Yeah.
you figure out if you can make it look like it's a stop and go and bet the river. But with it going check all the way, you become afraid of maybe Ace High will
Pwede
look
rin
me
namang,
up.
well, maybe he's thinking Rap is check calling with Ace High then because he called the
Well,
raise
he's not
spot.
gonna know because he could
Yeah.
have c-bet 300,000.
Exactly. Mas maganda
on the
pa.
flop.
He c-bets the flop.
Yeah, a minimum bet on the flop at the
Yes.
very least. Because that balances out for when he does have it.
Right.
Meanwhile, Mark's all in again. No, probably not. He's got 3.8 million this time, so he'll change up his sizes. But they are raising pretty big. You can tell the less seasoned players tend to bet more pre-flop.
Oh.
Wow, that is holding on to that potential 90,000 pay jump.
Sit 3 call.
I mean, with all the display, Dino has suddenly brought the limp back. He's limped the button
5.
just to change it up. And even him limping the button gets a fault from Raf. Georgia's gonna get a free look here. Oh, he doesn't want the free look. There you go. It's the pump fake free look.
Heads up.
Dino has the position advantage. Georgia has the card advantage. And now Georgia has solidified his card advantage. It's a gut shot with only 2 outs against second pair. Georgia has hung on with worse, but can he hang on to progressive big barrels?
Call. Turn card.
Nice check call from Georgia. Let's see. It was a small bet. This one is just made his jack look better. Less likely that Dino has a king in this spot. Dino might recognize it'll be very hard to represent a king. And any 6 or jack will just keep coming along. So he checks behind.
River card.
Reasonable surrender there with the way the board is playing out. Georgia checks. I wonder if Dino surrenders or takes a stab with 10 high.
I think he's given up.
Yeah, I like the give up on the turn, definitely. Like that turn card means he's getting called by anyone who's hit.
Sit 6.
And
5 run in total.
Jojo here cannot really be betting with any draws that missed. No draws missed. So it's actually a spot where Jojo can mix in some checking there. I mean, maybe he misses value, but who's going to call him here that he can beat? Maybe a made hand like 9s? Dean is thinking about raising. He cannot be thinking about calling. Nice pickup for Jojo.
Lou Marshall comments, Mark at Dino matitira dyan. Sobrang ingat ng dalawa.
Well, maingat din si Mark. It's just that he's been picking up hands. Like if the stacks flip and Mark has like 6 million and someone like Raf has the 2 million, then there will be different targeting. But right now the 3 are pretty much even, and Dino's still sitting on 17 million. So there is no clear target as opposed to earlier.
I think as far as Dino's concerned, everybody's a target. They almost
Yeah,
evens out.
you know how we started this final table where every hand was opened and 3-bet? These three players remaining next to Dino have not, I don't know if they ever 3-bet
Yeah.
anything but a shove.
600 total.
And mixing up his race size is now under the gun. Just doubling this one up.
Sit 5 full.
And just like that, under the gun is the new button. Yeah, Jojo is the antidote to a lag.
6 full.
Anyone willing to just keep calling and looking at flops is a lag's worst nightmare.
Look at this, Mark. Jamming with that hand.
Mark is playing only the top
Heads up.
of his range. Position advantage and initiative to Dino. Also the better hand with King High now. Top pair.
Sit 6
But a flush draw for Jojo. Let's see if it's a check call or a check raise. Wow, Dino skipped the street. I like it. He's playing it like middle pair. Right, a page out of Beluga Whale's book.
Jojo will bet here.
And that's
Or
why
his
you skip
draw.
a street. You skip a street so you can make these two calls. Call turn, call river. Got a gut shot to go with his top pair, and his top pair is underrepresented as well. I like this turn call, river call, because Jack High will have to bet the river.
River card.
If it's a miss, and Jojo takes a
Oh.
stab, it's a snap call.
Ah,
Oh, the
that's
situation.
it, yeah.
It's still a
Oh,
snap
buti hindi
call.
nag-all in siya, no?
Yeah, still a snap call here.
Sit 6 bet. 6. Wait,
Whatever it is, already a call.
600, then sit 3 call.
Right.
6. Call. Show cards.
So, Dino takes 2 million out of the stack of Jojo. Wow, this one was like a little disaster. Jojo had that flush draw, but Dino sneakily.
Dino slowly snuffing the fight out of his opponent. Like if you're Jojo and he still has a hand, I hit my
How can
Hired.
he, even that he hits, right? No, but
And
you know
still
the really
beats.
key move there is
the check on
skipping
Yeah,
that
skipping.
flop.
That's right.
Does so many things. It makes sure he can get his king to showdown. He didn't blow the pot, so he had room for 2 calls. Very well played by Dino. And I think for Jojo, though, when the jack shows up, you go into check call mode because now you're way ahead, way behind. You're inducing bluffs.
Yes.
When you bet, you're only getting called by hands that beat you, so why bet?
Sit 5 call.
Graf gonna keep sitting back. Jojo is being punished right now for that previous hand, and he's being told, take a break. And Mark folds the small blind. I'm just predicting. Oh my goodness. The ICM warden has been dubbed by our YouTube viewer, Ju Charles.
Dino owns his soul. Their souls, actually. Now only one player. Their
He's
soul.
not just living rent free in their heads, he's got equity to their souls.
Danilo Munoz says worst final table ever. I would beg
Oh,
to
you missed a lot, my
Well,
friend. This is not.
I mean,
by
despite
far
all
the
those
worst.
missteps, to me, every final table is it's an education.
Okay, I'm sorry to say this. The worst final table ever was in fact played many years ago at the Metro. It
Yes.
was a 7.5-hour heads-up
yes,
match
heads-up match.
between two players who waited for aces.
Right, right. Sabi ni Uncle Ricky, the oldest living poker player in the world.
In the world.
Sit 9 fold.
He has a movie. If his life will be turned in a movie, the title would be Ang Alamat ng Alamat. That's how you know,
The legend of the
prehistoric.
legend.
Hanep ka, Mark, nagpapa-pay jump ka lang. Eh, yun naman talaga ang goal.
It's worked for him. Look, Mark has gotten to 142,500 guaranteed, and maybe more because he now outchips Jojo. Dino changing it up, flattening the small blind, daring Raf. Let's play a flop, please, so that you can commit chips that you will give up on.
And he's got the hand of Rav dominated. Jack 7 over 10-7. Well, at least there's that queen. So
It's a little bit of trouble for Raf, but he's got a game plan that he told you is going to be very conservative. Pick good spots. There's not a good spot. It's a free look. He hit bottom pair, but you know what? He never wanted to play this hand. So why pay now?
uh-oh.
Okay, you're gonna speculate one time. Another 7 peels off, and he's toast.
A 7 or a 10 actually. Oh, well, not a 10, but a 7 would be disastrous.
10 would be disastrous as well.
Or if he thinks that his 7
Well,
is good enough and decides to make a play out of this.
well, the thing is, Dino's been barreling with 8 high. They know it. But this is a big barrel. Can Ref be a hero with his 7? This is an unraised spot. It's an unusual one. Dino has raised every hand, and suddenly he's playing it this way. Let's see if Raf will crack and make. No, he will not crack. Stays true to his game plan. One and done with the bottom pair. And Dino, 19 million now. And with Jojo and Mark down at the bottom, Raf is managing to hold on to roughly 6 million in chips, waiting for the other 2 players on his left. But you know, they are all
Next hand blinds up, sir.
all of them being taxed for being at this table.
Next hand na yung blinds up. Next hand na po yung blinds up.
One more hand at 150, 300.
Yun pa rin. Bro, next hand na yung blinds
That's a
up.
comment we can't read.
Richard Tan says Jojo deserves to lose that hand. Not the best time to play loose aggressive. Do Charles says Warden gear shift. Masterclass.
Yeah, that limp in a small blind, but you know, it helps when you hit 2 pair.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has been mixing it up. And this time it's another gross amount raised from the button. Don't want to fold ace queen, apply maximum pressure, get a hand like ace jack to lose their minds. Jojo's all in to call, not going to.
Sit 6, 4.
Another 500,000. He's got 20 million now, 2/3 of the chips in play.
Good luck, please.
Just a matter of time.
Yeah, there's no like we've seen players run over the last few players in the field, like we're watching Takayama and Lester Adok and Binbin. Even Will, I've watched Will do it. You know,
Yes,
run over the
exactly.
last 3 players, and it just happens. Sometimes the guys who would have been a threat to him are gone.
Not just in the maniacal fashion that probably Dino is doing it right now. But he's very confident
Yeah.
with this plan.
Dina's not even doing it with finesse.
Yeah.
It's just a beatdown.
Outright bulldoze. The machine is calling him the Italian Stronzo. But we'd rather call him
Pub pasta.
Pub Pasta better.
An Italian in Ireland.
Yeah. Pwede nga pang wrestling.
Yeah, but that second name that
Pub
you Charles
pasta.
came up with,
Which one
half
is
came
that?
up with, ICM Warden.
I see more.
It only works when you're in the
Yeah,
final
when
table.
you-
It's not a good nickname in level 1 of the tourney.
Yes, exactly.
In
So we're sticking with Pub Pasta.
Pub pasta.
The Pub Pasta's at it again.
Under the gun.
Wearing
with the
Celtics.
Natural
Pakailan
9.
ba Celtics? They lost to
They
First round loss?
They lost to the
First
Pacers.
round loss, di ba?
Second round. They lost to the Pacers, I think.
second round.
Yeah, and then the Pacers beat the Knicks.
Who did they beat first round? Celtics.
Some forgettable team. Sorry.
Lakers.
Maybe the Hawks. I don't know. Some play-in team.
Lakers. Who did they beat first round?
No, Lakers are West.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would
I
be
mean,
like
I'm sure somebody will
maybe the
comment it.
Hawks or the Bucks.
In 3, 2, 1,
Hawks,
comment.
Hawks or Bucks?
Bucks ata.
JoJo's all in with Queen 10. Blind versus blind. It's gonna work. What is he thinking about? He's out of time banks. It's good. You don't have time banks. Let him kill your hand.
What is? Yeah, some you know,
He's in the big blind
maybe
anyway.
some.
But it's 36 minutes to the next blind level, so there's no reason to stall here.
Konting TV time lang muna, or to make Jojo sweat a little.
Look, he's got tons of TV time, and his pay jumps have been massive.
1.790.
Shocking call. Is not going to happen. Just enjoying
Yeah,
the
just
deep
some
run. Why
posturing.
not?
Yeah. All right, shout out sa iyo, Jordan Racelis. Snowball. Alin yung snowball? Yung nines?
Snowball.
Mark
Maybe
and
that's
Dino
what-
heads up. Shout out from Teresa Rizal. That's Cesar Fabra.
Ina-update. May
I
update.
think Mark and Dino heads up will be no look all in for Dino until something changes.
Kita mo naman eh. Yung stock. Kailangan 2020.
Kanina pa tayo
Orlando Magic, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Jason.
Orlando?
Watching from YouTube, yeah, the Magic.
Orlando. Sino magaling ni Orlando?
It's a two-man team. It's Paulo Banquero and Franz Wagner.
Ah, yes.
And they
yes.
traded their
Okay.
six-man,
Yeah.
Cole Anthony. Now they have Desmond Bain. Didn't they get?
First time to phone.
If Halliburton didn't get injured in Game 7, do you think?
I'm gonna go one better. If Steph Curry doesn't get injured. So a lot of questions. Because the Wolves never beat Steph Curry.
Right.
All right, Jojo, 10-7 of spades folded to him on the button. But Dino's in the big blind. Stack's getting short. Blinds are big. If he raises his 800, it's too much. So why not?
Gonna
Just
pull the
shove.
trigger,
Oh.
open jams.
It's okay. I think he gets through Mark here.
You don't fold this hand, Mark.
Yes, you do. You do for 90,000 pay jump.
Because he's thinking,
Dina's gonna take
Dina's
him out,
gonna-
right?
yeah, take
Dina's
him
gonna
out.
take him out with Queen 3, whatever he's got in his hands.
Really?
It's 2 million. Dina's shown he'll call 2 million with whatever he has. So that's a reason to fold.
Yeah, I think
He's gonna go for it. They might as well. And Dino is off the hook unless he has queens or higher.
Fold 3.
Well, this is it. Jojo is dominated, out-chipped and outgunned.
So Mark Jaud covers Jojo Chu, goes all in with 10-7, dominated by the ace-10 of Mark. So 3 outer for Jojo Chu, or several spade suited cards.
The flop will tell us if there will be drama or if this will be a lonely, empty run out. He's hung on, both these players have hung on.
That's a,
Pretty much the end of it. A 10 does not help.
the
Only a
first hand,
7.
the first card I saw was the 7. I missed the ace on the left side. So
2
both
outer.
players, yeah, 2 outer, 7.
He went from 3 outer to 2 outer. Is Mark gonna come away with 5 million and a bounty?
Yes, he will. So Jose Jojo Chung out at 4th place. He gets a 6-digit payout already, 142,500 plus a main event seat to the upcoming Philippine Poker Millions worth 55,000. And Mark Jaud tight.
What do you
is
do now?
right.
Interesting. What do you do? Your Raf. Massive gear shift?
Yeah, massive.
Change
For
it
me,
up,
it's
right?
a gear shift for me, yeah.
It's gotta be. Like,
Yeah,
you play
nothing else to go.
You get here, now you play for the
Yes.
win.
He should shift gears.
Otherwise,
and start playing
hang
aggressive.
around and beg for an
or-
even chop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice.
I mean,
Which is
you
not
can't
gonna happen.
you can't even entertain any thoughts of an ICM
It's
deal.
too much.
Coming away because of how much
The
Dino's
most you
ahead
can do
right
is agree to chop with Mark for second and third place money.
now.
All right, shades are on. Gear shift coming for Ralph. It's gotta be. He's hung around long enough. It's mission accomplished to get here. Now time to finish strong.
I'm sure, sir.
And for Mark, just happy to still be here.
Fine. Fine.
What did they say? They agreed to something.
No, they were just.
It's one more level to the break. I mean, if I'm Dino, I'm running this table so well, I'm not even entertaining a chop at this point. Or you could say before they get really lucky, while you have this chip advantage, try
Yeah.
to secure the biggest payout you can. To the odds makers, it is now even more possible that we'll see a Mark versus Dino heads up. But don't count out Raf, because he may not have been active, but he's held on and he still has a relevant stack. It's not like he's blinding out. Dino, Sabatini
Can I have a count? 5 million.
with a gross amount, 6.5 million. Just putting them all in. And I think he ran into a hand, and this is it.
Pocket tens
We're
for
talking
Ralph.
gear change, but this helps
Yeah,
too.
this helps too.
If he doubles up, then definitely.
Only one overcard, 3 outer for Rap.
It is
I mean
his.
for Dino.
It is Raf's hand to lose at this point. 3 outer, and he's blocking possible straights.
Yes, he does.
Oh no!
Oh my God.
A queen would be
Don't
vicious.
tell me this is gonna hurt if the queen turns
you
up.
cannot do this. This is not how you end the tourney. Says keep it low. Gonna lose to Jack or Queen, 6 outs.
Yeah.
The fade. Oh my lord! He did what he could. Hashtag blessed.
Yeah. And you
Dino
called
Sabat.
it. You called it, whoever called it, that it's gonna
It
be
was,
a
Tracy.
Dino Mark heads up.
Yeah.
Francis, may seat din ba sa weekly tournament? I think meron, yung mga satellite seats lang. Everybody's coming up with nicknames for Dino.
Chip count though.
One says Dino or Dinosaur. Enjoys bullying
Okay,
plays
that was right there.
before eating them.
Plays with his food. No, he doesn't play with his food. He just swallows it all.
Jordan Rosales says Metro should experiment to have 6 short deck, faster hands, higher rakes, higher income for the club. Maybe, but that game hasn't really gained any traction among local.
It's got traction on really high stakes players.
Yeah, high
because
stakes.
it's such a gamble game. That's why it doesn't catch on with the locals and the mid to
Yeah.
lower rollers. It's too much variance.
Right.
And then it's too much to try to understand. With the subtle things like a flush is better
Yes.
than a
yes.
full house. Too confusing. And as far as tourney goes, I've covered short deck tournaments. It's only fun in level 1. After that, it's just
Boring.
it's just wasn't fun for me.
Boring. All right, we have a heads up, ladies and gentlemen. It's against
Hey, fuck that.
the Pub Pasta.
Well,
Dino Sabatini
what's the nickname for Mark?
Mark the Spark Jowl.
The spark. Trying to turn that spark into a full-blown
Yeah,
forest
full-
fire.
yeah, yes. He's gonna try and gonna do that. It's gonna take some time to set this up, I think.
There's no attempt to negotiate here.
We can
either.
afford a quick break.
Can we? Looks like they're right there. They're headed right into it. A little bit of a chip count.
Because
All the
they're
chips
gonna
are-
put some photo ops pa.
or maybe even a seat change. I like putting
Yeah,
Mark
they're
in
gonna
seat in
just-
seat 6 or seat 7,
Exactly.
just so we can see him. I mean, the whole time at this angle, you wouldn't even know he was there if not for his hands on the table.
Yeah.
24,500,000.
This is it though. Like, you know, the best way to neutralize the skill gap, shove every hand. That's how I would play against Phil
Yes.
Ivey. If you feel there's any kind of skill gap, then you take it away.
5,100,000.
5.1 million.
Small blind.
And they are playing on right now. Heads up, the final two players in this Metro Walk to a Million final table. What is this, 5 days in the making?
Yes. Started last. Actually, including the Bluff Master, which was a precursor to the main event. This was more than 11 days, 12 days.
There is some kind of superstition in the comment that, you know, the perennial chip leader
Yeah.
doesn't finish.
All in?
Strictly superstitious though. Here we go, that's the playbook, but it helps that Mark has ace 10.
3,
Dina's not going to call 5 million. He'll try to bust you when it's less than that. Yeah, talk about that superstition about being perennial chip leader not being able to finish. Yeah, I've seen perennial chip leaders finish many, many times.
They're probably referring to Rapulao, who came in.
Oh, was
as a chip
he
leader of day
the
two.
final table chip
Yeah, the
leader?
last 18.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
last
but,
18
but
players.
final table chip leader
Coming
had
to the
already
final.
been Dino.
Yeah.
Yeah, but day 2, come on. That's
Yeah, a lot
like
of
saying,
variance.
like, oh, day 1 chip leader
Yeah, a
never
lot of-
wins. Yeah.
A lot of variance still there.
I mean, level 1 chip leader doesn't win either. I mean, chip leader a
I
lot.
was the chip leader of my
I-
table.
A chip leader in a lot of
First
tourneys.
leader.
Win the first hand.
I didn't even
Chip
cross
leader,
the day
bam.
two. All right, first hand of this heads up.
Change
And
up.
Dina's still at it.
Yep. Pitching that slow ball. But Mark's having none of it. Gonna stick to his guns. Helps to have Broadway cards. You see, David versus Goliath in terms of chip counts, but if you stand these two players up next to each other, Mark would be the Goliath. It's 4-1 advantage. It's really having a player on the ropes, but Dina's gonna.
Denver Gotel is asking, my PLO table po ba?
Yes.
The cash game sa Metro. Oh my God, Denver. You're missing a lot.
Yes,
you know the
sir.
most popular game right now, have you heard?
PLO 2040.
2040 PLO,
It
2
is.
tables. Average stack was around 60 grand. I've heard people losing
it's a perfect
to
catch
100
weight.
grand.
Because 2040 you can play a lot of hands, but then that means pots are big. So you don't need
Yeah.
to play a really big game of PLO.
It's like the most popular game right now. Those 2 tables, 2040.
It's
You
right
have the
there.
regulars. I've heard people losing 100 grand on that 2040
Yeah,
game.
it's a really good sweet spot.
Yeah. In fact, it was so popular, and I've been watching several days that I wanna spruce up on my PLO
Big blind.
skills again if I have
You
it.
mean you want to completely
Yeah, yeah.
ruin your hold'em game?
3 call. Check.
Dino now giving different
Yeah,
looks.
he's playing this slowly. Doesn't want to accidentally double up Mark. Or
Yeah,
maybe
you have-
try to put him in uncomfortable spots playing post flop.
Right, right.
Because he hasn't been there a lot.
And I think Dino realizes he's got a very big advantage
Yeah,
against Mark post flop.
If there's a flop, he's gonna take it away.
He's just gonna grind out. Maybe this is like 11 opens versus 1 or 2 clickbacks.
Small.
So you know,
Maybe even get Mark to leak a little bit by calling and giving up.
Lolo Thunder is railing for Team Mark. Kaya pa yan. Siyempre naman. Pub pasta. Look at that stack of chips. against Mark the Spark.
somebody called him Conor McGregor, but that would be like calling every Russian player Vladimir Putin. It's not
Exactly.
really doesn't say
Vladimir
much.
Putin ba? Vladimir.
He's the
Baka
most
Vladimir Klitschko pwede pa.
No, he's the most popular Russian on the planet, isn't he?
Okay. Is Connor the most popular Irish?
He might be. Think of a more popular Irishman right now.
I'd throw in Braveheart.
William Wallace.
William Wall.
He's Scottish.
Oh yes. Shit. Got my Nards. Idol Jester po. Pa-shoutout naman sa Ninong Eman Gonzalez ko. Shoutout po sa inyo, Ninong Eman Gonzalez. Happy watching. From Nards Grids.
Nards Guards.
Grids. The Champions Trophy displayed now in the middle of the two. Oo nga, no? Itong angulo na to ni...
Tell you gotta put your sponsors on cincher boards over there. All right, Mark's got 7 deuce, gets a free look. Once again, they have pretty much the same hand, but Dino's got position. And it's gonna be a lot of check, bet, fold. Gut shot for both players. Dina's gonna bet this 100%. And Mark is gonna give up on it. Small pickup for Dino. Mark has 1 pots when he shoved pre-flop. If it's gone to the flop, Dino has taken those. And now 25 to 5, 5 to 1 chip advantage. You would think Dino would try to go for the kill here, but he's waiting for the right hand to do it with. Not gonna do it with 7 high. It's Dino versus a headless player right now. Yeah, we do wish for future reference that we could move
Yeah.
Mark to seat 7.
Ideally, if it is heads up,
You want to see
player
faces.
should be seated at seat 4 and seat 6. So we're
Maybe,
gonna
maybe it's too close though. 3 and 7, 3
3 and 7.
4
3
and
and
6 would be
7.
like, hey, give me some elbow room. You know, I want to be able to see your whole body just by glancing sideways.
Oh, because this
Head to
table
toe.
is set for 10-handed. Like right now, we're Dino is seated at
it's
seat 4.
3 and 9 right now.
Yeah.
Like 3 and 7 would be good.
Yeah, 3 and 7.
4 and 7.
All right, now Dino out flapping. Mark here. He checks.
Like every flop has gone Dino's way. He's bet when he had nothing. Now he's willing to check down, showdown the pair of 3s. Gonna take this one down. Mark, I think missed the opportunity there, having the ace on the button.
Alex Taneo, congrats in advance. Kuya Sam Peralta, heads up. Talaga ba kay Sam si Mark? Ba? Edmond Rebadulia. Ito ang aking bagong idol. Alam mo bang ano to? Malupit to na motor. What do you call yung mga super, ano yun? Basta, big bike na bumabanking-banking to. Si Edmond Rebadulia. Idol ko yung mga ganun eh. Kasi hindi ko kaya yun. Yung ikaw, nagmumotor ka eh. Ito yung mga super bikes. Mga ala Valentino Rossi ang dating.
1200 above. Huh?
Oo. Ito yan, si Edmond Rebadulia.
Okay, Dino's found a hand, ace 3.
Oh,
This will be much ado about nothing if Mark decides to call. He's got an ace in hand.
alam mo ba kung iba-ibang player at hindi to si Mark Jao, this would have been an automatic call for that
Yeah, the
guy.
ace
Although
nine,
this
the
hand
ace
is nangangamoy chop lang yan.
It's going to be a chop. Almost every time. It's the weakest ace imaginable.
But-
Mark only has a
But
big
it's ahead
blind
with a
invested.
king, queen, king, jack, yeah. 10 jack. All right.
Yeah, Dina's gonna look at any ace as time to bust
Yes.
this guy, and if he doubles up, I grind him back down.
Yes, exactly.
So he's been playing 8 high, 8, 3, 7, 3, 7, 6, 7, 5, playing flops and taking those pots. But he sees an ace or a king in hand. He's just gonna put max pressure and try.
This
to
is
handle
like not to take anything away from Mark, no, but if you're Dino, that's like the best heads up
it. Yeah,
opponent that you can.
he could have picked anybody from the final 9.
Nandito na sa akin.
He might have picked, not saying he would have.
You might have a hard time against William.
He
It
would
might
have
be
the
a
worst
challenge.
time against William.
It might be a challenge against William. I mean, with if the stacks are close or
I
a
thought Raph
Junam
had
Sig
an opportunity to,
or
to show us
Rapulaong.
show us
Yeah.
his moves, but he immediately got rivered in the first
Yes,
chance that
yes.
he had to double up and be relevant. So right now, this just it's a guy with a chip count. You can't blame him. He's out on his feet. He's one punch away from that knockout or doctor stoppage.
Alex Taneo. So kay ano pala, pakibulungan mo na si Sam Peralta. I love. Ha? Alam mo naman. Alam mo naman, nasa Pilipinas tayo.
Now we're gonna call the ethics committee.
We do not break that age-old tradition.
Oh, baka may balik yun.
Oo, di ba?
All right, Dino on the button. He's been limping a lot when he's not willing to just try to take him out outright. Mark's gotta make a move here. He can't play this like he played the ace nine and then miss, and then lose a showdown.
Just
Just say all in. You don't have to pack it up nice and
shit,
neat.
jam it, jam it.
All in.
Right,
There
there
you
you go. And Dino's
At
not
least-
gonna try to bust him with 10
At
high,
least he's defined this range as such.
as any ace.
Yeah.
I think, and there's the science behind that limping of the button. If Mark wakes up with a hand, you gave
That's
him the
right.
minimum,
Yes.
which means now, as a meta adjustment to that, Mark can just try shoving more, even without the ace.
Same staker kayo. Pang ilang ka, Alex? Nagtimbang ka rin ba? The machine says, Oy, I remember your username before.
Yeah, machine. That was actually might have been my first username. It was
it?
Nance
Nance
Gadget,
Gadget. Yeah.
and
I
that
think
is from Amarillo Slim.
I think I copied that username before. One of the online poker scene. And then you're given so like
Mark's just looking for that that one big altercation where he can double up
yes.
and
It's just a
force
matter
Dino
of
to play
time.
more poker. But until then, it's limp the weak hands and then challenge with the strong hands. It's Dino Sabatini's tourney to lose.
Connectors.
Yep.
Gonna limp in again.
No sense like raising this and having to
Wow.
give up to a 3-bet.
Ito yung mga hand na if an 8 shows up, tapos na eh. Pero lamang
Yeah,
chop
the
outs
kickers
pa din.
will
Lamang
chop
yeah.
a lot of times.
Yes.
Looks like ace 8 king 8.
Unless you flop 8, 6, 7.
There you go. Dino will happily bet this 100% because Mark has been playing fit or fold. Really has not shown a check call or any kind of float in his arsenal. And until then, Dino will abuse it.
Kaya po yung manunod.
It's just a delayed steal, and Dino's saving himself from having to give Mark chips pre-flop if Mark wakes up with a hand. So it's a very safe route for Dino. Mark is not giving him anything to think about, really. If he has a hand, he'll tell him. If he doesn't, he'll tell him.
The parameters or everything is so defined for Dino right now, for the pub pastor right now. So
Yeah, Mark has to make like a couple of moves that will make Dino's head spin a little bit.
Yes.
Just get him off balance. But right now he's in
or if it's,
total
you know, it's not saying that it's given up, but if you think that you're at a disadvantage in terms of chip the stack and gameplay approach, you might as well do the Mariano move.
Or Rene Pacaira, shoving every hand
Yeah,
against hot
exactly.
sauce. But then, Mark's still being patient. He thinks, I do have 10 big blinds. Yeah, it's like a 5-1 disadvantage, but in terms of big blinds, he can wait. So he's going to wait.
But he's not looking for any pay jump right now. I mean, it's either that position
Yeah.
or you try to make something out of it to
Yeah.
put up a fight.
But I like to do
Not
it
to
with,
be grinded
better
out.
than 8 high, though. King high, it should go Dino. We'll try to bust him with king high. Any ace or king can try to bust him. Mark
He
will
might.
take a stand here.
Oh, this is Yeah, there's
that makes
the
sense.
two.
It's the perfect setup for Dino.
Yeah.
Try to bust him with king eye, but he still needs to fade the queen and jack. And for Mark,
King four suited
3.8.
versus Queen Jack for all the marbles for the championship of the 2025 Metro Walk to a Million.
will we see a continuation of the battle, or will this be over with a whimper?
Yes, the pub pasta Dino Sabatini on the verge. This I think is his first major. Uh,
Well, I did tell you he had a 17,000, nearly $18,000 best live cash. That would be still a little bit better than what he's taking now.
yeah,
As that would be
including
close to-
the value of the seat.
Yeah, that would still be better. This might be his second highest cash in his career. Queen or jack, or else it is over. Do we continue? It's over.
Dino Sabatini beats.
You know what? I think we just watched what might have literally been a walk to a million.
Exactly, I agree. I agree. So good game, Mark Jawood. Nothing to be ashamed of. Good deep run.
Super deep run.
Congratulations. Defying the odds despite having a inferior stack when we were still a lot of players in the final table. So congratulations, Mark Jawood. And congratulations to our 2025 Metro Walk to a Million champion, the Pub Pasta, Dino Sabatini. We're going to try and invite him here at the panel
Yeah, see if
so
he
we
likes the
can
nickname.
talk to him a little bit. Here we go.
So I'll give the seat. You ask him if he had any fear at all in the final table.
To your spot. Here you go. Yeah. All right, here you go. And we're just gonna make sure, guide us if we're in the frame. All right. First of all, congratulations, our 2025 Metro Walk to a Million champion. We've given you a nickname. I'm gonna introduce it to you. Congratulations, the Pub Pasta.
What was that?
Dino Sabatini. You know, we came up with the Pub Pasta because we were talking. I said, Dino is from Ireland, but
That's
you
right.
have an Italian last name.
My father's Italian, that's why.
There you go,
Yeah,
Sabatini.
yeah,
So I was
yeah.
saying maybe he was raised or born in Italy and then he migrated.
Born and raised in Ireland, but my father's Italian. He went there a long time ago and met my mother, so
Oh,
he
okay.
never left.
But still, in honor of the two roots,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Irish pub,
Yeah.
and the
Yeah, of
the pub.
course.
All right. First of all, congratulations again, Dino. Now, here's the question: coming into the final table, you weren't the chip leader, but you were one of the
Yeah, top like I was
top three.
yeah, top
actually.
three or something. Yeah.
All right, I've always asked this to all the eventual champion of the major tournaments of Metro. Coming to the final table, of course you were sizing up the field,
Of course, yeah.
and you probably identified these are the not so strong players that I can take advantage of, and these are the players that I might be careful or wary of. Who are these players
Uh,
that you were thinking that could pose a challenge to you? In
just
the final?
all of them. Anybody can post a challenge, right? You know, you have to run good as well. It's not just
That's right.
You need a lot
But
of
if you
luck.
were to rank in terms of maybe experience or skills,
On the table?
yes.
Oh, there's one guy there. What's his name? He has many final tables.
William?
Yeah, William. Yeah,
William,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. William's pretty
Yes,
pretty
yes.
good, right?
Yes. You noticed the early levels of the final table. There was actually no flop was being dealt. It was
Yeah,
open 3-bet fold, open
Yeah.
3-bet fold, open 3-bet
Yeah.
fold, and then came your big hand. What was your big hand? You doubled up, and then I forgot. But when you started getting the chips, you shifted gear.
Mm.
Did you actually saw that the table was playing relatively tight at that point?
Well, there's a lot of ICM and there's many short stacks, so you have to be taking advantage of that. You can like open rip any two there in that spot and
Right,
just
right.
printing money. So
Yes,
it's
yes.
perfectly fine to like raise any two cards in certain spots or whatever. But sometimes the table might not understand ICM and they'll stick it in too light
Yes, yes.
or whatever. So I was kind of scared of that, but I just went with what I was supposed to do anyway. And
All right. Now, a lot of people that this is this your first major tournament win?
No.
In Metro.
yeah,
Yeah,
Metro,
okay,
yeah.
Metro. But overall in your poker career, yeah, we were looking at your hand on mob
Yeah,
list. And
I
we
don't play
saw-
live. I don't play much live. It's all online. So
all
if you look,
online.
yeah, everything on the Hinema will be all online caches. So
Right,
Yeah.
right. So, just to a quick introduction to you to the local poker fans.
Mm.
You're Irish.
Right.
You're half Italian.
Right.
But you are already based here in the Philippines.
yeah, I'm living here.
How long?
Like
For how long?
I came here about 10 or 11 years ago, and yeah, I got married here, and but I went home for COVID, and I came back then after.
Yes.
I love it here, so
You're married to a Filipino.
yeah, correct.
All right, right.
Yeah.
And how long have you been in poker? You said you do a lot of online.
I'm in poker about. Hey, I'm playing professionally for about 9 years, 8 years.
Right,
So
right.
playing poker for probably about 10 years.
Okay.
All online though. I have like never played live properly. I'm only starting to kind of transition full time like now Metro and everywhere. So
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now going back to the final table gameplay. When you were down to 4 players, we were talking because you were just bulldozing
yeah,
everybody. I was saying, what you're doing. You raise 10 times, you get clickbacks like 2 times. You're still good with
Yeah.
8 pots. So at that point that and given the texture or the profile of your 3 opponents,
Mm.
not the risk of sounding like
Yeah.
too overconfident, but you knew you kind of know you had it in the bag already.
Well, I've never thought I had it in the bag, but even if the opponents are strong, I would play the exact same way in that situation against top regs because that's the way you're supposed to play the
Yeah.
TFT. It doesn't matter who's there.
That's right. You even showed a lot of people watching the stream how to really play with a massive stack. Like
Yeah.
you were three betting, you were even clicking back against even
Yeah.
so exactly because I think the reason for this you fully understand the ICM pressure.
Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Yeah. And then you managed to bust out and then head over to the heads up against not to take anything away from Mark, but probably the tightest.
Yeah, I was with him all like the whole way through. Like he grinded his way to give him credit, like all the way through.
Exactly,
He folded
exactly.
he folded hands in a spot where like very hard to escape.
Yes, that's true. That's that testament to his pace.
Yeah, yeah, his
And
pace.
he managed to really
Yeah.
pay jump a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah, he did. He
I
got-
think Stack
yeah.
he was good for just 8 or
Yeah.
9 plays or 7
Yeah.
of them, but he managed to.
He did.
to grind up. But going back to that heads up, you were really grinding him.
It was different. Yeah, I wasn't shoving every hand there.
Right, you were also like trapping him.
Yeah.
Okay, so congratulations again.
Thank you.
What's next for Dino Sabatini? Are you? Of course, you got a ticket.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
biggest
I have,
homegrown
I have 2
tournament.
tickets for that
You
now.
already have
Yeah,
one?
you want one?
Full tickets?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, if you're gonna give it to me, man, I can always play like the pub pass. I can always
That's
play that for
right.
you. If you cross on your first ticket, we buy it. I'm gonna play it for you. All right. Okay. Congratulations once
Thank you.
again. Why don't you? What? You've been in poker, playing poker for so long.
Yeah.
I always ask this from the people I interview. There are a lot of poker players out there, whether locals, whether those who are watching us from other countries. And they're just starting to play poker. What's a good fundamentals to?
Look for information. Information is key. Just study everything, look at everything, and do a lot of playing. Like information is the power of the game, I think.
How important? You said do a lot of playing. How important is the volume of hands that you experience as a player in
In,
improving your
in
game?
playing?
Yeah.
Oh, it's very important. It's even more so important in studying, but you have to understand certain things that you won't ever figure out if you're just always playing.
Yes.
So it's study, I would say, is the even minimal study. Like if you're just like 1-2 hours a week, like that, very good for your game.
When you were just starting, where did you go to study? Was it books? Was it online?
When I
did
first
you go
started-
coaching? Did you
When I yeah,
took on a coach?
I've had a lot. Well, not when I first started. I didn't get coaching. I had pretty good coaching further into my career, I had lots of coaching, but yeah. What did you say? What was the question?
Where did you go to
Oh yeah, like
in the material
oh, yeah.
that you
I was
you
like
took?
using Run It Once, you know, Run It Once,
Yeah,
real,
yeah.
Run It Once. I was watching a video every day
Yes,
for
yes.
that, and then I just kept growing and doing more study, like getting coaching and group sessions and stuff like that.
All right, all
Yeah.
right. Okay,
Yeah.
I see a lot of comments earlier rooting for you. I think they are your friends.
Right.
And is your wife here?
Yeah,
Was
yeah,
I know that
she's-
you know she's always here.
Yeah, yeah. She's
So
there.
why do I am gonna give the air to like greet them,
Yeah.
thank those who are been supporting you
Yeah.
ever since we started.
Thank you so much.
All right. You got any message for them?
No, that's it. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank
Once
you.
again,
Thank you so much.
congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
The pub pasta, Mr.
All right.
Dino Sabatini, your 2025 Metro Walk to a Million champion. Okay, and with that, we're gonna end the live stream here in behalf of my partner Ron Regis, the men and women of Metro Card Club. Ito po ang inyong lingkod, Jester Intia, nagsasabing maraming salamat, magandang gabi, mabuhay ang manlalarong pokeristang Pilipino.
Madam!
Blowing that kahad! Let's go!
Madam!
Blowing that kahad! Let's go!